La séance est ouverte. Je vous invite, mes chers collègues, à vérifier que vous occupez le fauteuil qui vous a été assigné afin de faciliter l'organisation des débats. And until now, there is still some room left, but they will arrive in a few minutes. The first point on our order of business is the address that we are going to hear from the European Commissioner for Justice, Mr. Didier Reynders, and after his address, the Commissioner will take questions from the floor. Dear Mr. Commissioner, dear Didier, it is my real pleasure and honor to welcome you here as the European Commissioner for Justice in our hemicycle. There are people that think that this is the European Parliament, but today this is the hemicycle of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, and you are most welcome. Mr. Commissioner, your address today is particularly timely, a few months after the historic fourth summit of heads of states and government in Reykjavik, in which also the European Union was represented on the highest possible level, and where we achieved an ever bigger, ever stronger cooperation between the Council of Europe and the European Union. We called together that we have to strengthen this cooperation in the interest of 700 million plus citizens of Europe. The European Union, Mr. Commissioner, is the main institutional partner of the Council of Europe in political, legal and financial terms, and its accession to the European Convention on Human Rights was also a clear commitment taken at the summit by President von der Leyen and President Michel. You, Mr. Commissioner, already addressed this Assembly back in January 2021 when presenting the first report on the most important report on the rule of law in Europe. You mentioned inter alia that a regular dialogue between member states on the status of the rule of law in Europe should take place. We are therefore very happy, dear Mr. Commissioner Didier, to have you here with us, and I'm pleased, Mr. Commissioner, to now give you the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear Tini, Madam Secretary General, dear Maya, dear members of the Parliamentary Assembly. It's a pleasure for me to be with you today back in Strasbourg for this exchange of views. I know this room. I've had other opportunities to speak in front of this hemicycle, but it's the first time that I'm doing that with the Parliamentary Assembly in this place. And I will repeat that the promotion of the rule of law is a central component of the common DNA of the Council of Europe and the European Union. And so it's very important to have an exchange of views with you here in Strasbourg about that. Unfortunately, developments over the past years have shown that respect for the rule of law is not always a given everywhere on the European continent. Among the European values, the rule of law fulfills a special role. It guarantees the protection of all other fundamental values, notably democracy and fundamental rights. Within the European Union, it is an essential safeguard for the effective application of EU law. And it is key to ensure the mutual trust that underpins many aspects of European integration, from a well-functioning internal market to effective judicial cooperation. For all these reasons, the European Commission has, over the past years, reinforced the instruments to address challenges to the rule of law. One important instrument is the annual Rule of Law report, and the first edition of the report was published at the beginning of my mandate as European Commissioner for Justice. It is now well established. I have had the opportunity to present to you such a first edition, and thanks again to the President at the time of the Parliament Assembly to organize such a meeting, dear President and dear Tini, again, it's a good opportunity to do the same. And after so many editions, to come back and to explain what we are doing. Nous sommes maintenant à la 4e édition du rapport adopté en juillet dernier. Notre méthodologie est aujourd'hui bien établie. Elle repose sur un large éventail de sources au sein duquel les instances du Conseil de l'Europe jouent un rôle de premier plan. Chaque année, nous organisons des centaines de réunions virtuelles dans tous les États membres de l'Union avec les autorités nationales, les tribunaux, les organismes indépendants, les organisations de la société civile et d'autres parties prenantes. Le rapport suit une structure organisée autour de 4 piliers portant sur des domaines clés de l'état de droit. Les systèmes judiciaires, leur indépendance, efficience, qualité, la lutte contre la corruption, le pluralisme des médias et la protection des journalistes d'ailleurs, et d'autres questions institutionnelles en lien avec l'équilibre des pouvoirs. Depuis l'année dernière, le rapport contient également des recommandations émises à l'égard de chacun des États membres en vue de soutenir les processus de réforme. Cette année, nous constatons qu'environ 2 tiers de nos recommandations ont déjà fait l'objet d'un suivi complet ou partiel par les États membres. C'est donc une progression que nous constatons dans l'Union, même si, je vais y revenir, des problèmes réels persistent. Mais il faut souligner les effets du dialogue organisé au départ de ce rapport sur l'état de droit. Ça montre bien qu'être attentif à la situation, publier des rapports, organiser des monitorings, cela peut avoir un effet, si on est très concret, dans le dialogue avec les États membres qui souhaitent évidemment améliorer leur situation. I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the excellent cooperation with the Council of Europe and its bodies in the preparation of the report. Our analysis notably relies to different elements. First of all, on European standards, such as the recommendations of the Committee of Ministers, but also the judgment of the European Court of Human Rights, the opinions of the Venice Commission, and the recommendations by the Greco. The Council of Europe's expertise is therefore crucial for the European Union rule of law policy. Just to highlight an example, an important indicator is a country's track record in implementing the judgment of the European Court of Human Rights. The rule of law report features a dedicated section relating to this issue for each EU member state. It's what's new, and it's sometimes very impressive to some member states to see the number of decisions result a clear implementation, execution in their organizations. Our work with the Council of Europe on promoting the rule of law is also essential in our cooperation with third countries, including those that seek to join the European Union. For example, the alignment of views between the European Commission and the Venice Commission is an asset, an important asset to support justice reforms. In her recent State of the Union address, the President of the European Commission announced that we will open the rule of law reports to those accession countries, I quote, who get up to speed even faster. This will allow to assess the situation of the rule of law in these countries according to the same methodology as for the EU member states and support them also in their reforms efforts. This announcement is a confirmation of the importance that the Commission attaches to the rule of law as an essential component of EU membership and of our intention to further intensify our dialogue in the area of the rule of law with the concerned countries, including by, again, supporting them in their reform efforts. This will further strengthen our fundamental first approach that we are consistently pursuing with candidate countries and countries with a European perspective. According to this approach, the overall pace of the accession process depends on progress in the areas of rule of law, justice reforms, and fundamental rights. Against this background, our excellent cooperation with the Council of Europe will become even more important. Ladies and gentlemen, our aspiration for a European continent governed by the rule of law leads me to also address Russia's ongoing war of aggression against Ukraine. This is another area where our cooperation with the Council of Europe is crucial. In that context, allow me to underline the pivotal role of the Council of Europe in setting up the Register of Damage, which the European Union has joined as a founding associate member. The Commission is grateful to the Council of Europe for all its efforts towards the swift launch of this register. We follow very closely its activities. We took part to the first conference of participants and will do so in the next one in November. The register is the first important step towards setting up a fully fledged compensation mechanism in the years to come. Of course, it's important now to organize the process and to appoint the different members of the board and then to continue step by step in the way to implement a real compensation mechanism. Within the European Union, we have mobilized different bodies and instruments to react to the Russian aggression. Let me mention the key role played by Eurojust, the EU Agency for Criminal Justice Cooperation. Eurojust is supporting investigations and prosecutions by national authorities and the International Criminal Court into international crimes by storing, analyzing, and preserving evidence in its new core international crimes evidence database. In addition, Eurojust International Center for the Prosecution of the Crime of Aggression against Ukraine is a first step towards ensuring accountability for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. Eurojust, the International Criminal Court, and this center are cooperating closely on this matter. The International Criminal Court remains the key actor in international criminal justice, and we are in regular contact with this court to assess how we can best support it. Together with the Council of Europe, we are committed to ensuring justice for Ukraine, and beyond that, to further strengthening the effective functioning of the criminal justice system in Ukraine, in line with European standards. Is the reason why, since the beginning of the new, I will say, aggression from Russia in February last year, we are in close contact with the Prosecutor General of Ukraine to try to see how it's possible to help the Prosecutor General Office in the way to collect evidence of war crimes and to go to prosecutions and trials also before the tribunals in Ukraine. I would like also to highlight that the European Union has adopted 11 packages of sanctions against Russia as a reaction to the aggression of Ukraine. In the framework of these sanctions, which have been implemented in close coordination with our international partners, the European Union member states have immobilized more than 200 billion euro of sovereign assets of the Russian Federation and have frozen more than 28 billion euro of private assets of sanctioned Russian oligarchs and entities. As regards the sovereign assets, we are exploring options on how to possibly support the reconstruction of Ukraine with part of the extraordinary revenues generated by the management of these sovereign assets currently immobilized in the European Union. This reflection is ongoing in the EU, but also in partnership with the different like-minded partners, I mean in the G7 and maybe with some others. And we try to see also it's possible to move from the freezing of assets of oligarchs to the seizing, to a real confiscation, when there is a link with a criminal offense. And so for the moment, we are in discussion with the Parliament and the Council in the EU to adopt a new proposal for a directive explaining that just the attempt to circumvent the sanctions is a criminal offense. And if it's the case, it's possible to go to a tribunal and to organize a confiscation. Of course, if we are reaching such a goal, it will be possible not only to organize a confiscation, but maybe to provide some amount of money to Ukraine for the beginning of the process about compensations or reconstruction. Of course, it's very important to see that if we are looking to those evolutions, I would also like to highlight that the EU has adopted, I said, a package of sanctions, and we try to organize a very good collaboration on that with all the partners, because without the collaboration with the partners, it's very difficult to reach the goal. And so we try to fix the same rules about sovereign assets or private assets that they are frozen with the different partners that I have mentioned. And before I conclude, I would like to also turn briefly to the process towards the EU accession to the European Convention on Human Rights. The provisional agreement reached on this topic tackles almost all the problems that had to be addressed to make this accession possible. We must, however, still find a way to deal with the last outstanding point, the issue of human rights protection in the common foreign and security policy. Discussions are ongoing on this matter in the Council, and you know any solution would require unanimity. So we try to convince member state by member state to agree on a solution, and I ask, of course, to all the partners in the Council of Europe to try to think about sometimes innovative or creative solutions to find such also unanimity on our side in the Council. Two pending cases in front of the EU Court of Justice are expected to bring more clarity on the extent of the court's jurisdiction over alleged human rights violations in this area. You can be reassured that the EU accession to the conventions remains a priority, but it's still also an obligation due to the Lisbon Treaty. It's very clear, and you can count on my personal commitment in this regard. It will be a very important signal for both organizations. I'm confident that we are progressing in the good direction, so we need to add the final touch to be sure that we'll have with the 46+1 a final agreement on this. But be sure that myself, but the entire Commission, want to solve the last issue as soon as possible. I thank you for such an opportunity to explain to you what we are doing in different ways. I want just to add one last comment, Mr. President. With the rule of law report that I have presented to you, what we try to do is to engage a real dialogue with all the member states. And I want to say that we have, I said, good results with all the member states open for such a dialogue and with a real willingness to improve the situation. And so we'll continue to do that with debates in the European institutions, the Parliament, the Council, but also at the national level, the national parliaments, and you are in the national parliaments, but also with the different stakeholders in all the different member states. That's very clear. And the dialogue comes first. It's our priority to dialogue with the member states, and with, again, a real success in such a way. Because the goal of the report is to install a real culture of the rule of law in the entire European Union, and maybe also in the future with some candidate countries. But if it's not the case, if it's impossible to reach such an improvement due to the dialogue, I want just to say in conclusion that we have other tools at our disposal. And you know that at the EU level, the other tools for the Commission are going in two ways, in fact, or to go to the Court of Justice, and we have had very important decisions of the Court of Justice concerning the rule of law and certainly the independence of the judiciary, or to go to the Council with the Article 7 procedure that we have started some years ago about two member states, with one initiative of the Commission, one other from the European Parliament. Or we are using now a very interesting tool, is the budgetary pressure. So we make a link between payment of some funds and a full respect for the rule of law. And I will just say that as former Minister of Finance in my own country, I know that the reading of the recommendation in a report is very impressive for many governments, but the risk to don't receive a lot of funding, it may be more impressive. And there again, we have seen some improvement with real negotiations with some member states having maybe more difficulties to make progress in some reforms. So I just want to add that, and I thank you again for your attention, for such an opportunity to explain what we are doing. I know that we have many other fields for cooperation between the Council of Europe and the European Commission, but now I will be pleased to answer to your question and to receive your observations or your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Commissioner, dear Didier, for your most interesting speech, elaborating on the main issues that we have to deal with in both organizations. Now you are first going to listen to speakers of 5 political groups. The first one will be Madam Petra Bayer from Austria, and Petra speaks on behalf of the group of Socialists, Democrats and Greens. You have 30 seconds, Petra.
Thank you, Tini. Mr. Commissioner, on the 28th of September, the Court of Cassation rejected the appeal of Osman Kavala. The conviction is now final, which means aggravated life sentence. The Turkish jurisdictions continues to ignore the sentences of the European Court of Human Rights. I wonder what will be the reaction of the European Union, and how will you also, my second question, react on the concerns we have with human rights situation in Poland and Hungary?
Mr. Commissioner.
No, first of all, I want to thank you for your question, and certainly the fact that you mentioned such a very important case in Turkey. I want to say that, first of all, it's a question about the reaction inside the Council of Europe itself, because you spoke about the final decision in Turkey, in the cassation, and the possibility now to go to the European Court of Human Rights and maybe to have such a kind of process. I know that there are also some possibilities to work with the Parliamentary Assembly and then the Committee of Ministers, and maybe a real action on the ground to see if it's possible to do that. I remember that I have had to do that in the past when I was chairing the Committee of Ministers in another period of time, in another case. So that's the first element. So I'm sure that's very important, and I will say that if it's possible to conclude the accession of the EU to the Convention, we will be maybe a front runner to ask to push pressure in such a case, because we want to be sure that there is a correct implementation of all the decisions, and certainly the decision of the European Court of Human Rights, but also the pressure coming from the Parliament. I want to add that you know that it's due to the same concerns that for the moment the accession negotiations are frozen with the European Union. Since the attempt of coup in Turkey, we have quite to stop the discussions because it was impossible to continue with such a kind of situation in the country that you have mentioned. And so in the report that we publish on the enlargement process all the time, we have also remarks on this in different countries. I'm sure that we need to work together in specific cases like the case of Kavala, because we have the same goal at the end. Is to have full respect for individual rights and fundamental rights. And so I will be very pleased to read the report that you will maybe adopt in this plenary assembly. And after that, to see how it's possible to take some initiatives also on our side, not only to let that in the hands of the Council of Europe. You add the situation in Poland and Hungary. I said that there we are using different tools. And for the moment, at the level of the European Union, I will say that the budgetary pressure that we have now due to maybe the pandemic, you know, it's after the pandemic that we have organized recovery and resilience plan, but also that we have the new conditionality regulation. And due to that, it's possible to block some funding without a real implementation of reforms. And we have seen that for the first time, I will say, there are real negotiations now with the two governments about reforms. Till now, without a final decision, so we didn't pay anything due to that. But of course, if there are some progress, we will move. And this is the reason why I said, Mr. President, that it's very important to organize not only a general monitoring, but a very concrete assessment with very concrete recommendations, and to verify that the recommendations are implemented. If it's the case, there are progress. If it's not, we continue to block the funding of different policies.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Next question comes from Mr. Pablo Espan from Spain. And Pablo speaks on behalf of the European People's Party. The floor is yours, Pablo.
Gracias, presidente. Bienvenido, comisario. Precisamente hoy, el Día de la Fiesta Nacional de España. La Comisión de Venecia es hoy una de las instituciones clave del sistema del Consejo de Europa. Sus instrucciones para garantizar la independencia del Poder Judicial son claras y una de ellas es que el órgano de gobierno de los jueces sea elegido en su mayoría por los propios jueces. Muchos países se niegan a adaptar su legislación e incluso se plantean rebajar las mayorías parlamentarias para su elección. Llega a suceder en algún caso, como España, que el propio Tribunal Constitucional, en una reciente sentencia, ha validado que casi la totalidad de los miembros pueda ser elegido por una de las dos cámaras del Parlamento. ¿Qué iniciativas va a tomar la Unión Europea para garantizar en sus países el cumplimiento de las resoluciones de la Comisión de Venecia en este ámbito? ¿Y qué está haciendo usted a los países que no solo se muestran insumisos, sino que llegan a politizar el Tribunal Constitucional, que actúa como una tercera cámara parlamentaria y llega a aceptar un control del órgano de gobierno de los jueces por la mayoría gubernamental? Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Pablo. Mr. Commissioner.
Gracias, Tini. Non, je voudrais simplement dire tout d'abord que concernant la commission de Venise à laquelle vous faites référence, je l'ai dit dans mes remarques d'introduction, nous faisons référence très très souvent à la commission de Venise dans le rapport sur l'état de droit, comme dans nos contacts avec les pays candidats ou d'autres pays concernés par des recommandations de la commission de Venise. Il est très important pour nous que dans toutes les réformes, les parlements nationaux et donc les gouvernements attendent les recommandations de la commission de Venise avant d'adopter des textes ou des amendements à des textes, et que lors de la présentation de textes ou d'amendements, on tienne compte évidemment des recommandations, c'est-à-dire qu'on les mette en œuvre, ou à défaut qu'on explique les raisons pour lesquelles on estime ne pas pouvoir les mettre en œuvre, et éventuellement que l'on demande un deuxième avis sur cette base à la commission de Venise. C'est un premier point important. Deuxième élément, si vous faites allusion à la composition des conseils supérieurs de la justice ou des conseils de la magistrature, par exemple, si nous demandons de suivre les recommandations de la Commission de Venise, c'est aussi au départ d'une décision du comité des ministres, d'ailleurs, du Conseil de l'Europe, qui a évoqué le fait que ces conseils doivent être composés en majorité de juges élus par leurs pairs. C'est une règle. Si dans un État membre, pour répondre à votre question sur la réaction de la Commission, troisième élément, si dans un État membre nous constatons un recul, une régression, c'est le principe de non-régression que nous appliquons, si un État membre régresse sur ce sujet, bien entendu, nous agissons. Et nous agissons notamment par des recours devant la Cour de justice s'il le faut, ou par d'autres méthodes. C'est ce que nous avons constaté dans l'un ou l'autre État membre, une réforme entraînant un recul. Si par contre il s'agit d'une situation qui existe depuis longtemps et que nous nous demandons une amélioration, nous faisons une recommandation. Et pour prendre un exemple au hasard, dans le rapport de 2022 concernant l'Espagne, nous avons indiqué que en tant que priorité, il fallait renouveler le Conseil supérieur de la justice, d'abord le renouveler puisqu'il ne l'est plus depuis 2018, et qu'ensuite il fallait démarrer immédiatement le projet de réforme pour correspondre à cet objectif de composition du Conseil avec une majorité de ses membres élus, composés de juges élus par leurs pairs. Et donc c'est une réaction qui varie évidemment. Si c'est un recul, on peut aller jusqu'à des saisines de la Cour de justice. Si c'est une non-amélioration, nous travaillons avec des recommandations, et j'étais encore ces derniers jours à Madrid, j'ai eu l'occasion de le préciser à nouveau.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Commissaire. Prochaine question vient de Monsieur Julian Boulay de la Roumanie. Il parle au nom du groupe ADLE. Julian?
Dear Commissioner, on behalf of ADLE, I would like to thank you for coming to address this assembly today. And our question is, how can the two institutions work better in order to avoid duplication and use of our resources in the most efficient manner in order to help our member states to be fully in line with the rule of law, democracy, and human rights obligations. And I was also about to ask you to tell us more about the good work you're doing on Ukraine, both you and the whole European Commission as such. But I've heard a lot, so I want to thank you and congratulations for what you have done already on behalf of EU for Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Mr. Commissioner.
No, thank you very much. But it's a pleasure to come and to explain what we are doing, how it's possible to avoid duplications and maybe to do more. First of all, with such a kind of example of exchange that we have, because if we don't explain what we are doing on both sides, it's become difficult to try to avoid duplications or different kind of contradictions in our work. And we have regular contact with all the services, of course, with all the bodies of the Council of Europe, with the Secretary General, and we try to explain what we are doing, and not only in the rule of law field, also in other developments, because you know that we are working a lot in the EU about the green transition, the sustainable economy, or about the digital transition, and now in the digital transition a lot about AI. But we are knowing that we are working on the AI Act. There are some works on the convention. It's very important to see how it's possible to be compatible and to don't have, again, duplication in the way we are working on this. On the rule of law, the best way is to identify better the add value of different specific bodies. And I've mentioned the way we are working with the Venice Commission or with the Greco, and I'm sure that is very important because we receive every year now a huge contribution from the two bodies, to give two examples. And of course, we don't want to organize a duplication of that. We are taking that. Like I said, when we have a justice reform in one member state or in the candidate country, we ask to follow the recommendation of the Venice Commission and to read the recommendation and not just to discuss with us. So I'm sure that it's possible to continue to enhance that. But to be very concrete about Ukraine, there are two different ways where we are working on, certainly in my services, and I'm working on myself, is the accountability, the fight against impunity. I'm sure that on that, we are more working with the national judicial system, with Eurojust at EU level, and I said with the International Criminal Court, because the golden standard is the ICC, and we need to continue to work. Maybe it will be needed one day to amend the Rome Statute to give the competence to the ICC to organize a trial about the crime of aggression, also in a situation where a member of the Security Council is involved in such a crime. So it will be very important to find a way to do that. And so on that, it's maybe more with the ICC and the national jurisdiction that we are working. I'm not saying that there's no role for the Council of Europe, but it's not the priority. We are more working with, in the Council of Europe, the European Court of Human Rights, about the interstate conflicts between Ukraine and Russia, or for the treatment of many individual cases for violations of human rights. And so there's also a way to avoid duplications. If we are doing that here in the court in Strasbourg, it's not needed to do that somewhere else. But again, we are open to see if there are other opportunities to find a good collaboration between us and the Council of Europe, also on the fight on impunity. But about the compensation mechanism, we have started to build the register of damage with the Council of Europe. It's very important to continue to work on the next steps, also with the Council of Europe. I know that we have a huge part in the discussion about the funding of the compensations, but for the mechanism, it's important to work together. And I said maybe first of all for all the participants to appoint the members of the board and then to organize a good functioning of the system. And so you see that also on Ukraine it's possible to work on it. I want just to add on Ukraine that my personal fear, but I'm not alone, I'm sure, is that we have seen in the last year more and more actors in the international scene using violence to make some progress in their mind. And that's a real danger. So we need to continue to be very strict about the accountability to show to all perpetrators of crimes that they have the risk to be in front of a tribunal or a court for the rest of their life. We must be strict on this. It's maybe for tomorrow, for next week, for next month, maybe in 10 years, but we want to be sure that we are working on accountability to have real opportunity to bring perpetrators to justice. Without that, we'll see more and more people and authorities maybe open to use violence to reach some goals.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Next question comes from Mr. Martin Graf from Austria, and Martin speaks on behalf of the European Conservative Democratic Alliance Group. Martin, the floor is yours.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident. Sehr geehrter Herr Kommissar, angesichts des schrecklichen Terrors in Israel durch die
with a good collaboration with the mentions, so it's another debate. But it's true that the fight against anti-Semitism is a real priority for us, and it must be a priority for the member state. I know there's also a priority for your assembly.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Last question on behalf of the political groups comes from Madam Laura Castel from Spain. Laura speaks on behalf of the Unified European Left. Laura, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Commissioner, last February, 5 rapporteurs of the United Nations, 5, released a report defining my political party as a repressed political organization and asking Spain for explanations. Could be the rule of law report you are in charge of the mechanism to stop persecuting democratic and peaceful political parties in the European Union? Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Mr. Commissioner.
But of course, when you look to the rule of law report, you will see more in the fourth chapter, so about the checks and balances, a lot of reference to the functioning of the political system and the relations and the balance situation between all the institutions. And now we have different debate about civil society organizations and public space, civic space, but we have also some kind of elements concerning the role of the lawyers, of course, but except that, we have also an approach about the way to use different kind of techniques in different member states to control the situation of different citizens or journalists or politicians. I said the way to control, I don't know all the time what kind of authorities is doing that or what kind of people are doing that, but you know, you have maybe also a report in your assembly about that. We have used discussions about the use of spyware like Pegasus or Predator, and on the side of the Commission, we will try to in the near future, so it's a question of maybe weeks or months, to come out with some guidelines about the way to organize national security systems and measures, to see how it's possible to use different kind of actions with proportionality and necessity. Of course, it's normal that you are using some special techniques in the fight against terrorism or in the fight against other kind of activities, but also with the exclusive competence of the member states about national security, there are some limits. So I'm not saying that is the case in the situation that you have described, because if I well remember, also the Prime Minister was concerned in your country, the country that you have indicated, by the use of spyware against him. So I'm not sure that it's all the time from the authority to the opposition, and sometimes from many other actors in the world and all the authorities. But you're right, we need to take care about that, and certainly to take care about the good functioning of the democracy. And it's one of the pillars in the Article 2 of the Treaty on the European Union. We are not only very attentive to the rule of law, the fundamental rights, but also the good functioning of democracy.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Now, to make your life even a bit more complex, but also perhaps a bit extra creative, we will group now 4 questions, and then you can answer, and let's see how far that we come. First question comes from Mr. Thomas Hassler from Liechtenstein. Thomas, 30 seconds.
Danke, Herr Vorsitzender. Danke für die Ausführungen. Herzlichen Dank. Es war sehr interessant, auch über die Einhaltung der Urteile des Menschengerichtshofs zu hören, dass auch dies eine Priorität ist. Wir sehen, dass viele Staaten oder einige Staaten nicht gewillt sind, diese umzusetzen. Wie kann die Europäische Union konkret zur Umsetzung der Urteile in den Mitgliedstaaten, aber eben auch Beitrittskandidaten beitragen? Herzlichen Dank.
Dankeschön, Thomas. Prochain orateur est Monsieur Simon Moutquin de la Belgique. Simon, 30 secondes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Commissaire, Monsieur Reynders, chers compatriotes, j'ai envie de dire. J'ai envie de vous parler d'un beau pays aujourd'hui, la Belgique. Je sais que vous êtes attentif à l'état de droit. Donc, je voulais vous parler d'une situation qu'on vit maintenant depuis 2 ans en Belgique, à savoir la crise de l'accueil et le non-respect de l'état de droit en Belgique. 12 000 condamnations du tribunal du travail. Une condamnation cet été de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme sur le non-accueil. Et il y a quelques semaines, une condamnation du Conseil d'État envers le gouvernement pour non-respect de ses obligations en termes d'accueil. Donc, je voulais vous demander, Monsieur Reynders, alors que des solutions sont sur la table du gouvernement, les écologistes mettent des solutions sur la table et malheureusement, votre famille libérale les refuse parfois aussi, à savoir un plan de répartition obligatoire dans les communes ou encore un état d'urgence qui permettrait d'accueillir ces personnes plus facilement, sortir des centres des personnes expulsables. Il y a toute une série de solutions et malheureusement, elles sont bloquées au niveau du gouvernement. Donc je voulais votre avis. Quel est votre avis sur le non-respect de l'état de droit belge? Est-ce que vous aussi, vous avez pris contact avec le gouvernement pour leur demander de respecter l'état de droit, d'accueillir toutes les personnes migrantes comme les obligations internationales nous l'obligent? C'est une obligation internationale. Merci.
Merci. 30 seconden aussi en Belgique, cher Simon. Now we are going to listen to Mr. Vladimir Vardanyan from Armenia. 30 seconds are yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Reynders, last week in this very hemicycle, the EU Parliament adopted a resolution condemning Azerbaijan's military attack against Nagorno-Karabakh and calling for the EU and its member states to adopt targeted sanctions against Azerbaijan. The EU Parliament also called for the comprehensive review of the EU relations with Azerbaijan. Partnership with a country like Azerbaijan is incompatible with the values and objectives of the European Union, including in the area of justice and the rule of law. Mr. Reynders, what do you think? Is Azerbaijan gas and oil enough to turn a blind eye to Azerbaijan's blatant violations of international law and obligations and its alarming human rights record? Thank you.
Thank you, Vladimir. Next question comes from Mr. and the last in this first group, from Mr. Rafael Husseina from Azerbaijan. 30 seconds, Rafael.
Mr. Commissioner, in recent times, we often witness the public burning of the holy book of Islam, the Quran, in some EU countries. One of the disturbing aspects of public authorities' reactions to these incidents is that they justify such acts of hate by respect for freedom of expression. These actions obviously offend the members of the large Muslim communities living in the EU countries and impede their respectful coexistence within those societies. Mr. Commissioner, I wonder if there is anything in your mandate that stops you as European Commissioner for Justice to take some urgent initiatives to counter such hate-based actions related to Islam or any other religious beliefs within the EU on the legal ground. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Rafael. Mr. Commissioner.
No, thank you. First of all, about the execution of all the decision in justice. So I've said in my remarks that for the first time last year, I'm sure, we have introduced a reference to the non-executed decision of the European Court of Human Rights. It's very important on our side to do that. So in the report, of course, we try to indicate how it's important to implement, to give a full application of all the decisions of the European Court of Human Rights. But you know that we are not responsible for the enforcement of the decisions. We are responsible for the enforcement of the decision of the European Court of Justice in Luxembourg. But about the European Court of Human Rights, it's more a discussion in the Council of Europe. And I know that at the end, the Committee of Ministers may take some initiatives about that after some procedures, and I'm sure that you will discuss that in some cases. Of course, it's possible to do more on our side, and to do more, it will be to conclude the accession of the EU to the convention, because if we are a member, of course, we will have the possibility to push pressure to go more and more in such a direction to a full implementation of all the decisions of the European Court of Human Rights. But we try to pay attention to that, and certainly because more and more, in more and more different situations, we have the same kind of rulings or the same approach in Luxembourg and in Strasbourg about, I said, independence of the judiciary, but not only. Pour ce qui concerne les décisions en Belgique, je vous dirais, comme pour toute situation dans tout État membre de l'Union européenne, il appartient d'abord à tous les membres des gouvernements de faire en sorte que leur gouvernement respecte les décisions de justice. Je ne connais pas les délibérations internes, mais je crois qu'à chaque membre de gouvernement implique la nécessité de faire respecter par l'ensemble du gouvernement les décisions de justice. Donc j'espère que c'est le cas et qu'il y a effectivement une demande. Je peux vous dire que de mon côté, en tout cas, je souhaite que l'on mette en œuvre toutes les décisions, et je le répète régulièrement. Alors concernant les décisions nationales, j'ai entamé une discussion, d'ailleurs notamment dans le cadre de la présentation du rapport État de droit à l'ensemble des parties prenantes en Belgique, mais je l'ai fait en Allemagne également, et je continue maintenant dans les différents États membres. Je souhaiterais que ce que nous faisons sur les décisions de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme, ce soit fait aussi sur les décisions nationales. Nous n'en avons pas la capacité à l'échelon de la Commission de vérifier la mise en œuvre de toutes les décisions par les autorités publiques dans chaque État membre, mais je pense que les autorités judiciaires, les barreaux, les parlements nationaux ont la capacité de rassembler les éléments sur cette situation. Et je crois que c'est la première responsabilité dès lors de faire ce travail. Nous le faisons, nous, pour mettre en œuvre les décisions de la Cour de justice de l'Union. Je pense qu'il appartient au comité des ministres du Conseil de l'Europe de faire de même pour les décisions de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme. Mais dans chaque parlement et dans chaque association qui peut avoir une responsabilité, comme les barreaux par exemple, je crois qu'il serait utile qu'on fasse le même travail au niveau national. Donc si j'ai un conseil à vous donner, c'est de faire en sorte que peut-être au sein d'un Parlement national, cette démarche intervienne. About the situation in Nagorno-Karabakh, in fact, of course, we have condemned the use of force by Azerbaijan, and it was very clear following the worrying developments in Nagorno-Karabakh or in Karabakh in the last days that we have seen and for the last weeks. And it was very clear also with the address of the High Representative of the European Union before the Security Council in the United Nations. And the use of force is never justified. We try to give priority to diplomacy. So the first concern now is to go to a real dialogue if it's possible. You know that since some times we have tried at the European level to organize meetings between the leaders of Armenia and Azerbaijan to organize a real discussion. We need also to be sure now that there's a protection for all the displaced persons. I know that here there will be some initiative of your Commissioner for Human Rights to go to the region. I discussed with her today, and it's very important to do something to evaluate very concretely the situation on the ground in Armenia, in Azerbaijan, but certainly in Nagorno-Karabakh, and to be sure that the needs of Karabakh Armenians that remain on the territory of Azerbaijan are protected, and that we are giving humanitarian assistance and security for all the displaced people, but that we are also protecting their right to stay in security on the territory of Nagorno-Karabakh or Karabakh. And so we'll continue to do that. We have said in the last meeting of the Commission that we will ask to mobilize also some humanitarian funds to provide the support to displaced people. But you're right, I've said myself, the use of the force is not the solution to solve a conflict. And we are very afraid about the evolution in many different places, where we have seen more and more such a use of forces by different actors. About the situation, hate speech, hate crime, and the relation between hate speech, hate crime, and freedom of expression. It's possible to do a lot. We try to be very concrete. To give you an example, I was in Madrid in the last days to take part in the 11th meeting of the high-level group of hate speech and hate crime, and we have a code of conduct on hate speech to try to work on the online world with the platforms to remove hate speech from the platforms, but we try also to do that in the offline world. And of course, when there are some behaviors against one community or one group of people in one country, we need to take care of that. And I have had many discussions with the member states about the right balance between freedom of expression and the limits of the freedom of expression when there are some element of hate speech and hate crime. And the last initiative that I took about that is to try to extend the list of the Eurocrimes. You know that in the treaty, we have a list of Eurocrimes, and we try to say that hate speech must be a Eurocrime. Till now, we don't have unanimity in the Council to do that. So I know that it's a difficult situation because we have different appreciations, and you know that also in this assembly, about freedom of speech in the different member states, and certainly we have another kind of definition of what is not only hate speech, but a hate crime. But I try, and again, we try to discuss with the member state about the right balance, and about racism and xenophobia, to be concrete. We have a framework decision at EU level since 2008, and we have introduced infringement proceedings to be sure of a full implementation of the decision. And hopefully now we have 5 member states having moved to a full implementation, 5 orders with a real progress, and we continue to discuss with the last. So it's a permanent debate, it's a permanent pressure, but you're right, we need to find the right balance between freedom of speech and hate speech.
Mr. Commissioner, we started a bit late, so I will allow 4 more questions and then your creativity to answer them all within the limit of a few minutes, but you are skilled enough, Mr. Commissioner. First question comes from Madam Lise Christoffersen from Norway. 30 seconds, Lise.
Mr. Commissioner, you mentioned the desired EU accession to the European Convention on Human Rights and the remaining hurdle, the current lack of jurisdiction of the Luxembourg Court over all areas of EU's common foreign and security policy. Once the EU accedes the Convention, the European Court of Human Rights will have such jurisdiction. Could you please tell us more about how the EU intends to solve this problem and when we can expect it to be solved? Thank you.
Thank you, Lise. Next question comes from Michael Opsoy from the Republic of Moldova. 30 seconds for you, Michael.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'd like to thank you and your team for supporting the reforms in the Republic of Moldova when it comes to the rule of law. Despite the challenges of the Russian aggression against Ukraine and attempts by the oligarchs who are fugitive from Moldovan justice to destabilize the situation in Moldova, the ruling majority remains fully committed to the rule of law reforms, to democracy, and to improving the well-being of Moldovan citizens. In this context, I'd like to kindly ask you to elaborate on the synchronization of the evaluation mechanism between candidate countries and EU member states. And I, for one, find it very sensible. And we in Moldova actually want to be held to the highest possible standard so that we can better improve the quality of the reforms for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. First question comes from Madam Arushak Yurakian from Armenia. Arushak, floor is yours. Do I see you? It's such a big hall. Don't see you. We go to the 4th question coming from Mr. Pieter Omtzee from the Netherlands. Peter, 30 seconds.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for telling us that you will finish the accession of the European Union to the European Convention on Human Rights. Can you enlighten us what the last obstacle is and when that will be taken out of the way, since the elections for the European Parliament and thus the end of the Commission are not too far away? Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Last question comes from Mr. Alexei Goncharenko from Ukraine. Alexei, 30 seconds.
Yes, my questions are next. First of all, I would like to hear from respected Commissioner, position on International Tribunal and how you can help and what should be done in order to finally do it. And secondly, it's about seizing of Russian assets, of Russian tycoons and crooks. It's not European taxpayers who should pay for rebuilding of Ukraine, but Russian oligarchs and those around Putin who are responsible for this awful war. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I even did not need the clock to keep Alexei in 30 seconds. Thank you very much. We are improving. Mr. Commissioner, last minutes are there for you.
No, thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, maybe about Moldova, because I didn't speak about Moldova before, so I will take that as first question. Moldova has made good progress on justice reforms, I will say. And so I have had many contacts with the Moldovan authorities, and certainly also in Chisinau, I was there to discuss with the president and the member of the government. And I've said that it's very fine to see such an important evolution. And you know that the next steps will be to work on the vetting of judges and prosecutors in line with the European standards, but also to continue to work on the creation of the anti-corruption court and also align on the European standards. The real problem that we have, of course, I fully understand that it's needed to go fast in the reform process in Moldova, but we need to be sure that there is a full alignment of the European standards. So again, like I've said, it's important to stick to the recommendations of the Venice Commission. So we try all the time to be balanced, but no, we are sure that there are very good progress in Moldova, and we'll continue to support those progress in the different reforms, but again, with a real attention for the alignment on the European standards. About the accession, I've said the remaining problem is in the basket 4. We have an agreement on quite all in the group of 46+1, and it's about the common foreign and security policy that there is a real issue. And to be very concrete, the Commission is fully committed to solve such an issue, but I've said we need to reach unanimity in the Council. And so, if I may, what is very important to look at is the progress that it's possible to make. For the moment, you know that there is an exception in the Treaty on the European Union about the competence of the European Court of Justice concerning the foreign and security policy in relation with such a kind of situation dedicated to the human rights. And there are, I said also myself, some rulings that we are waiting for come for the Court of Justice, but it's not the most important element. That will be maybe a part of the possible interpretation. Now, the most important element is to see what are the possible progress in comparison with the actual situation. So I know that the Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union is trying to make some efforts to reach unanimity in the Council, and so it's difficult to say when it will be possible to reach an agreement, because that depends from the willingness of all the member states to agree on something, and you know that sometimes it's difficult for one or two to make progress on this, but the commitment is very clear. It's an obligation of the Lisbon Treaty, and we will take all the possible initiatives to solve that. But it's clearly the situation in the foreign and security policy that is in the discussion now, and we try to find the best ways to solve such a last remaining point. About the relation between the Court of Justice and the European Court of Human Rights, I'm quite sure that we have good solutions for all the remaining problems that we had with the opinion of the ECJ in the past. About the situation in Ukraine, again, we are working on both, and certainly myself, I'll try to work on the fight against impunity, and so the way to organize investigation, prosecutions, and trials concerning all the war crimes, crimes against humanity, or maybe, if it's needed, crime of genocide. But for that, we have all the necessary tools, the prosecutors, and the judge, and the courts, and the tribunal, also the ICC. About the crime of aggression, I want to say that the best solution will be to amend the Rome Statute and to give the competence to the ICC. That's the golden star solution. If it's not possible, we need to find an approach with the support, if it's possible, of a majority of the members of the General Assembly of the UN. And to do that, now you know there are many discussions about the so-called third way between maybe the International and the Ivory Tribunal, we'll see, but a real dedicated tribunal for the crime of aggression. But I want to insist on the fact that we are not waiting for the moment. We have instruments to collect evidence of the crime of aggression. We have elements to prepare the files about the prosecution due to the International Center for the Prosecution of the Crime of Aggression. It's a joint investigation team in Eurojust. And with that, we have a first layer. So we are not just waiting for a solution. When, I'm hoping the next month, we'll find a way to have a large support for one of or the other solution. About the assets of oligarchs, I want to insist on the fact that it's not because there's a clear and brutal violation of the rule of law and the rule-based order by Russia that we don't have to pay attention to the rule of law in our reaction. And so about the assets, what we try to do is to have a full respect for the rule of law and individual rights. And you know that we need to give a clear motivation for all the freezings of assets of oligarchs and entities. And if it's not, we have the risk of litigation. And we have had some success, but also we have lost some case before the Court of Justice in Luxembourg. And so it's very important to stick to that. It's an administrative decision, the freezing, with a real motivation. If we want to move to the confiscation, I've said, we need to make a link with a criminal offense. And now I've proposed a directive to the Council and the Parliament to say that not only with money laundering or corruption we have the possibility to organize the confiscation, but also with just, if I may, the attempt to circumvent the sanctions. We will have the opportunity to say it's a criminal offense and we are going to justice and we want to go to the confiscation. But to my mind, the most important element is to remember for the moment we have a guarantee because we have immobilized more than 200 billion of euro of the reserve of the Central Bank of Russia. So it's a real guarantee for the future. And the second remark, if I may, is the first time that we are discussing all those things during the war, to discuss about the way to organize the reconstruction and the compensation for damage. And it's fine that we are doing that and with the register of damage and with other kind of elements. But it's the first time that we are doing that during the war. Normally, it's a discussion after the war, if there's a capitulation, or it's a discussion in a negotiation for a peace process. So we'll continue to work on it and be sure of the clear commitment of the Commission to continue to make progress, and when it's needed and when it's possible, with the real support of the Council of Europe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner. This brings us to the end of this most interesting exchange of views on substantive questions for both organizations. Thank you very much, Didier, for being here with us, and I wish you well. Next item on the agenda is a joint debate under the urgent procedure on two reports from the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy. First is titled The Role of the Council of Europe in Preventing Conflicts, Restoring Credibility of International Institutions and Promoting Global Peace. You find it in document 15821, presented by Mr. Sergei Sobolev on behalf of Madam Lysia Vasilenko, with an opinion presented by Mr. Claude Kern in document 15824 on behalf of the Monitoring Committee. The second is titled Ensuring a Just Peace in Ukraine and Lasting Security in Europe. You find that in document 15842, presented by Mr. Julian Boulay. In order, dear colleagues, to finish by about 5:25 p.m., I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 5 o'clock to allow time for replies and vote. I call Mr. Sobolev to present the first report. You have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end of the debate. Sergei, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, I want to represent the report that was not prepared by me. It was prepared by my colleague, Lysia Vasilenko, but unfortunately her father has already died this Monday, and so she can't have a possibility to make this report. Her father was a prominent specialist in international law, in constitutional law. He was a prominent ambassador of Ukraine. He was a representative on United Nations Criminal Court. And a lot of his excellent ideas we can find in this report as well. We are living in horrible times when even we can see the agenda of our session for this week, we can find three urgent debates that are connected with the war. I never remember this for all time working in the Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe, when we need to have such urgent debates. it means that we had to do all in order to prevent the war. We can compare this in different things and understand that each war and the price of war is more higher than all efforts that we can use in order to prevent the war. In this case, this report is not about exact country, exact names of the countries, or exact names of the wars. This report is about the war and how to do all in order to stop the war, but it's more important to prevent the war. All wars has its own face, but they are all the same. If we can compare the last events of this year and the last week, it's no difference if we can see Israel city Sharon or Ukrainian city Bucha, where thousands of people were killed. It's no difference between small village kibbutzi in Israel, Kfar Azi, or small village in Kharkiv region in Ukraine, Groza. In one case, 40 bodies of children were found killed. In other case, 1/4 of all population of small village Groza was killed by one Russian missile. So in this report, we can find not all answers, but very important thing that we need to do in order to prevent the war. And it's not only our obligation. Yes, our organization is very important in different spheres of preventing of war. But we can do this only if we will have an excellent cooperation with the United Nations organization, with parliamentary assemblies of ESCE, NATO, with WTO, because we need a complex of different methods in order to prevent the war. It's economical, political, diplomatic, and other methods that can give together a possibility to stop the war or to prevent the war. Now it's very popular to discuss that we need peace by any measure, but any price. I think that peace is started if it's a war of aggression, from the liberation of all territories and withdrawal of occupation troops from occupied territories. In other case, we will have the example that we had in previous 100 years, when one prominent leader announced that he bring peace to his country in 1938. And after this, World War II started in 1 year. Another case, when we signed agreement, and in 8 years, Russian Federation tried to do all in order to continue a more horrible war that we have in 2014. So it's very important to understand that prevention of the war is the main item that we had to do as our organization. It's very important to understand what are the main items of this report. Of course, each dictator had to know that he will be punished for his order to start the war of aggression. Each dictator. And it's possible in the case when not only common soldiers will be responsible and will be punished for war crimes, but the first leaders, including political leaders, including military leaders, will be punished for their order to start a war. Besides this, it's very important to have another case. The country that started a war had to pay everything for the victim of their aggression. This report, I think, it's only the beginning of big work that we had to do in the reforming of our organization, and not only our organization. When I give you a case of small village Groza, on the next day, the permanent representative of the Russian Federation in United Nations Organization announced that yes, it was their rocket that killed 59, now it's 59, people in small village of Groza, because they want to kill all neo-Nazis. You can imagine this, that it's a representative of the country that has a rule of veto in the United Nations Organization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sobolev. I call Mr. Fassino to present the opinion of the Monitoring Committee. The floor is yours. You have 3 minutes.
Monsieur Claude Kern, qui est rapporteur pour l'avis de la commission de suivi, m'a demandé de présenter l'avis de la commission en son absence. La commission de suivi félicite Madame Vasilenko pour son travail et le rapport qu'elle nous soumet aujourd'hui. C'est un rapport qui nous présente quelle politique est nécessaire pour garantir que les dispositifs d'alerte précoce et les mesures de confiance soient pleinement utilisés, améliorés, pour garantir l'accomplir des obligations et de rendre compte et permettre de prévenir les conflits dans l'avenir. Les mécanismes d'alerte précoce ont produit les alertes nécessaires et appelé l'attention des membres de l'Assemblée et du grand public. En revanche, cela n'est pas traduit par des décisions de l'Assemblée ni du Conseil de l'Europe. C'est à ce stade, selon nous, que des améliorations doivent être apportées. Il importe de déterminer quand les inquiétudes devraient se traduire en alerte et, en cas d'alerte, comment les traduire en mesures de suivi permettant de réduire efficacement les tensions. Mais pour que les alertes se traduisent en mesures concrètes et efficaces, il nous semble qu'il faut élargir l'éventail de mesures à la disposition de notre organisation pour inciter les États à suivre la voie de la tempérance. Et lorsque les règles qui fondent notre organisation ne sont pas respectées, il faut disposer des moyens de persuader, sinon nous devons résigner à n'édicter que des menaces de papier. La procédure conjointe complémentaire permet aux organes statutaires du Conseil de l'Europe d'agir ensemble en cas de violation flagrante par un État membre et ses obligations statutaires. Mais cette procédure est naturellement à réserver aux violations les plus graves. L'amélioration du respect des obligations de l'État doit pouvoir recourir à d'autres mesures moins sévères. La recommandation 2252, mise en œuvre des arrêts de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme, l'Assemblée recommande au Comité des ministres une panoplie claire d'outils d'aide à la coopération et l'accroissement des pressions exercées sur les États, afin d'encourager ces dernières à agir probablement pour mettre en œuvre les arrêts de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme. Cette boîte à outils devrait comprendre une gamme de mesures et de techniques différentes qui seraient susceptibles d'être déployées selon les besoins, dans différentes situations en fonction de la gravité et de la complexité du problème, ainsi que du type d'obstacle qui pourrait exister à une mise en œuvre rapide et efficace. Une telle boîte d'outils devrait être un document évolutif pour inclure de nouvelles techniques et les meilleures pratiques à mesure que l'expérience évolue. Une approche créative devrait être appliquée en termes d'outils et d'organes susceptibles de soutenir ces efforts. La commission de suivi estime qu'une telle boîte à outils devrait également être utilisée pour encourager les États membres à respecter d'autres obligations que le seul arrêt de la Cour. L'Assemblée devrait engager une réflexion afin de se doter d'une telle boîte outils lorsque les obligations dont il s'agit d'encourager l'exécution relèvent ses propres attributions.
Yes.
En conclusion, l'avis propose de renforcer les propositions de Mme Vasilenko en envisageant de nouveaux moyens pour assurer le respect des obligations des États et en améliorant la visibilité des mécanismes d'alerte précoce existants. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Fassino. I now call Mr. Boulay, the rapporteur, to present the second report, and you have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, it has been 20 months that a full-scale war goes on in the heart of Europe. We were brought to discuss the situation in Ukraine every time we met, every session and every standing committee, and we should do so until Ukraine will win the war. This report takes into account the conclusions of the Conference of Presidents of Parliament held a few days ago in Dublin. I have also consulted the Ukrainian delegation when writing this report, and I thank them for their contribution. Finally, I've taken on board the elements provided by Mr. Yevgeny Zakharov, finalist of Václav Havel Human Rights Prize. I was deeply impressed by my meeting with this courageous man, who is a fine example of dignity, dedication, and courage. This is perhaps the most documented war in our history, and I'm confident that all these documents, all the evidence collected, all the reports produced will constitute the basis for a system of justice and accountability. In this report, we reiterate our firm stance in confirming the territorial integrity of Ukraine and the non-recognition of attempted temporary annexations. Indeed, colleagues, it is right to speak about attempted and temporary characters of these acts. In this urgent report, we went further in discovering the atrocities of the war and the crimes committed. More death, more torture, more abductions of children and residents, more sexual violence, more destruction, more pollution of land and water. We continue to call on our member states to do their utmost to make the registry of damage operational and to appoint experts for its board. Let us start the work, both when being here and being in touch with the ambassadors, but also when going home, pushing the governments to be quicker on these appointments and decisions. We continue to call for the establishment of a comprehensive compensation mechanism. And again, we state the need for a special international tribunal to investigate the crimes of aggression, war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide have to be investigated, and those responsible must be brought to justice. But we must also continue to stand firm with our Ukrainian friends who rightly say, without a victory, there can be no peace. Because the aggressor will do it again and will attempt to go further in destroying lives, environment, property, infrastructure, and finally, our European stability and democracy. So let's be firm, let's stand together, let's continue to support Ukraine, deliver help, including military, financial, and technical. Our primary goal in doing so is to achieve a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace. This is a precondition for a durable security in Europe. The way in which the international community responds to the Russian Federation's war of aggression against Ukraine will set the course of European history and affect our democracies and the system of global governance in the years to come. For all of you to know, most of the elements that have been included in this report on the urgent procedure debate are a reiteration of most of the decisions taken by this Assembly. But there are two elements that are new and should be given a separate time to be developed. Firstly, after the meeting with the Ukrainian human rights activist, Mr. Zakharov, I was shocked to hear about the practice of infiltration groups within the occupied territories. In this report, we call upon the Russian Federation's authorities to stop this cruel and inhumane practice of filtration procedures with infiltration groups in these two occupied territories in South Ukraine. Then, this assembly has decided a couple of months ago to create a registry of damage. In Ukraine, the human rights defenders in the past 20 months have gathered already lots of evidence on the destruction, on the breaches of human rights, and on the atrocities of the war. We call upon all the actors to help in transferring this evidence as quick as possible to the newly founded institution in The Hague. I thank the excellent collaboration with the Secretariat of the Political Affairs Committee, and especially to Sonia Sirtori, and I invite you to approve the report and to adopt this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Boulay. Then we continue and go to the debate. And the first on my list is on behalf of ALDE Group, and it's Mrs. Sabina Sudik from Bosnia-Herzegovina. The floor is yours.
Sometimes we use a rather dangerous saying that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Naturally, then one begins to wonder, then what is the road to heaven paved with? So I dare to propose a different definition, where I believe that the road to hell is paved with excuses. And I'm proud to speak on behalf today, on behalf of European liberals, because in this report, and in both in our practice and in this report, when it comes to Ukraine, we are not looking for excuses for inaction, but we are looking for ways ahead, and we are looking for ways to produce peace in Ukraine. The Council of Europe is, I dare say, one of the world's greatest peace projects, and it needs to continue being a peace project. One of its historic roles is being played out today in our attitude in finding path to peace for Ukraine, but that path to peace is also a European path to peace, because there can be no peace in Europe without peace in Ukraine. And without victory of Ukraine in this war, there can be no peace. This report stipulates and clearly outlines the road that we need to take and the responsibility we need to take in identifying the war crimes that are taking place as we speak in Ukraine, that are being committed, crimes against humanity, potentially genocide, and ask of us to give unconditional support to the establishment, completely justifiably so, to the Special International Tribunal for the crimes, starting with the crimes of aggression, and of course all other established crimes. At the same time, it's asking us to provide comprehensive compensation mechanism, because this is one of the most documented wars in human history, and we need to make sure that these documents are properly used, because it is during the wartime that the evidence needs to be collected. On a personal note, as you said, Madam President, that I come from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I come from a country whose victims did not fully find justice. However, little justice that we did find, it mostly came from the international mechanisms of justice, namely International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, that established, for example, historically, for the first time in human history, that rape was used as a weapon of war, and it was treated as a war crime, and that we again had genocide on European soil, despite our post-Second World War chance of never again. Therefore, let's avoid the mistakes. Let's, for the first time on European soil in this century, avoid the mistakes we made in the past. And let's make sure that we don't pave another road to hell with excuses for inaction, but make sure that we stand behind our words and fully support the findings of this report, and fully and unanimously support that we need to ensure Ukrainian victory, not just for Ukraine, but for the entire Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Sudik. On behalf of the European Conservatives, I call Mr. Alexei Goncharenko from Ukraine. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. What is the topic of our debate? Let me quote: the role of the Council of Europe in preventing conflicts, restoring credibility of international institutions, and promoting global peace, and ensuring a just peace and Ukraine and lasting security in Europe. Do we really believe that we can achieve it just by talking and adopting of resolutions? We tried to do this for decades here. For decades, we were just speaking with Russia, thinking that this is a dialogue which will prevent the conflict. What Russians decided about us? That we are weak fools, that they can attack and kill us. And what would really prevent the conflict? If for these decades we would build tanks, missiles, and drones. Our key values are democracy, rule of law, and human rights. We want democracy? Let us build tanks. We want rule of law? Let us build drones. We want human rights? Let us build missiles. Tanks, missiles, and drones. This is the answer. If we really want security, if we really want peace, do you really think that Russia, Iran, Hamas, China care about global climate change? Do we really believe that they are interested in the rights of minorities? Hamas, Russia, Iran, North Korea? Do we really believe they're interested in freedom of speech? No. We have the word here, International Tribunal, but let us be frank, who will create tribunal? International Criminal Court issued a warrant on Putin, and thank you very much for doing this. But Putin issued a warrant for these judges of International Criminal Court. And who will be in court? Who will be in tribunal? Putin, all these honest judges. It depends only from three things, from tanks, missiles, and drones. So let us do this. Let us build tanks, missiles, and drones. Give it to Ukraine. We know what to do with this. And with Ukrainian courage, we will secure peace in Europe. We will protect people in Europe. We don't have any other option. If we will continue to speak, to talk, and if we will not build a hard power, if inside our velvet glove there will not be an iron fist, sooner or later, somebody will come to us and kill us. And that will be finita la commedia. So I address to you, tanks, missiles, and drones, let us be strong and let's protect peace in our region, in Europe, and for the whole free world. I believe in the free world. I am sure we will win.
Thank you, Mr. Goncharenko. The next speaker is on behalf of the United European Left, and it's Mr. George Lukaides from Cyprus. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, notwithstanding the fact that the Reykjavik Summit reaffirmed the central role of the Council of Europe has, which we firmly believe in, as guardian of the protection system of human rights in Europe, the organization remains at the same time part of a multilateral system and world order that bears inherent weaknesses and flaws. As long as the pursuit of selfish state interests, profit of the privileged few, and the position of global and regional hegemony come before and at the expense of peace, humanism, and social welfare, as long as the logic of double standards prevails in the conduct of international affairs, where defiance of international law and violations of relevant United Nations resolutions in many cases are tolerated, then, dear colleagues, world peace, conflicts, and the credibility of international organizations cannot be safeguarded. In fact, we believe that the present warring situation will continue worsening. Therefore, to resist further backsliding, first and above all, we should abide at the same rules and principles and react in the same decisive and persistent manner to all cases of violation of international law and human rights, no matter who the perpetrator is. We must refrain firmly attached to the principles and respect of the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of states, and not allow the law of the mighty to prevail, nor must we pursue neo-colonial policies beyond our European borders. Peace, stability, and prosperity in Europe cannot be achieved if we do not respect all the above. European countries, dear colleagues, must continue to cooperate with one another, as well as with the broad range of international organizations. Multilateral diplomacy and collaboration are essential to address regional challenges. Diplomacy and negotiations should be prioritized to prevent the escalation of disputes. International mediation and conflict resolution mechanisms should play a significant role in this progress. The Council of Europe should develop working early warning mechanisms which can work in the whole European continent, as well as develop initiatives for a nuclear-free Europe. As regards the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, further to what has been done until now, the Council of Europe should urgently stimulate initiatives in which a new security architecture is developed that is sustainable for a just peace in Ukraine and lasting security in Europe in the next decades. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucaires. And the next speaker on behalf of the Socialist Group is Mr. Paulo Fisco from Portugal. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Dear colleagues, the war against Ukraine cannot last for eternity. At some point, it must finish, and we should effectively start paving the way for peace and stability in our continent. And that vital task required the same energy and creativity that we have put to create United Nations, to create European Union and the Council of Europe to ensure a lasting peace, security, democracy, and prosperity. This report reminds us that in spite of the dangerous turbulence in several parts of the world, to support the Ukraine must remain a priority of our political, diplomatic, financial, and humanitarian efforts. But to reach those objectives, we should not accommodate to the idea that this war still could last some years. Some years, it's a long time. Because of all geopolitical changes, this could be dramatic and destroy all efforts already made until now. But on the other hand, we must not face any other possibility than a clear victory of Ukraine in a context of recuperation of all the illegal occupied territories to guarantee a future with peace, security, and respect for the values inscribed in the United Nations Charter. But of course, there are some other previous conditions. The responsible for the war crimes in Russia and Belarus, including the possibility of crime of genocide, must be judged and condemned. It's imperative. Otherwise, if its perpetrators remain in impunity, all dictators will feel confident to invade their neighbors. And there will not be a lasting peace and security without the due reparations, namely with an effective and comprehensive compensation mechanism for human and material damages under the framework of the already decided registers of damage. Dear colleagues, I also believe that for the lasting peace, all Ukrainian children deported or forcibly displaced to Russia or to temporarily occupied territories must return to their families. There still are thousands of children which their whereabouts are unknown, being submitted to an unacceptable process of Russification. In spite of the arrest warrant issued by the International Criminal Court against Vladimir Putin and Maria Lvova-Belova, Russian Federation still is deporting and displacing children forcibly. In line with the relevant report approved last April on this subject and the recent positions of the Committee of Minutes of the Council of Europe, all possible pressure must be put on Russia to stop deporting children and allow all those that have been stolen to return to their families. To finish, let me stress that this report also gives an important step for an historical reparation, recognizing the Great Famine, the Holodomor, as an act of genocide intended to destroy Ukrainian nation, identity, language, and culture, honoring, though, its victims. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pisco. And the next speaker on behalf of the EPP group is Mrs. Zanda Kalina Lukasevica. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, first let me thank both rapporteurs, Lesia Vasilenko and Julian Bulai, for an excellent work. Both reports contain many significant recommendations that will guide. We all have agreed in the Reykjavik Declaration that there cannot be peace without accountability. It's crucial. Dear colleagues, on the 11th of September took place the meeting of the Ministers of Justice in the framework of the Council of Europe. During this meeting, Riga principles were adopted with an aim to achieve comprehensive accountability for Russian Federation's aggression against Ukraine and provide redress to all victims of war, including through the focused and efficient functioning of the register of damage caused by the aggression. We have done first steps to hold Russia accountable, but the main road is still ahead of us. We have to move forward with the establishment of a comprehensive compensation mechanism. A compensation fund has to be created by confiscating and otherwise using the Russian Federation's assets. And secondly, we have to finally set up a special international tribunal to investigate and prosecute the political and military leadership of the Russian Federation for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. Equally, in the nearest future, it is crucial to achieve the immediate and unconditional release of victims of enforced disappearance, as underlined in the report. I would like to underline also our full support to all recommendations inviting national parliaments to have an active role, as pointed out in the paragraph 18.1 of the report prepared by Ms. Vasilenko. With this report, the Assembly also will recognize the Great Famine, the Holodomor, as an act of genocide. It is an important decision, an important milestone, and national parliaments are invited to do so as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand here at a moment when the history is being written. There is no middle way. We have to stand strong till the victory of justice, victory of Ukraine. Russia has crossed all the possible lines of international rules and norms. Russia continuously launches brutal invasions of its neighboring countries. Unfortunately, in previous decades, reaction from the international community to Kremlin's disrespect towards independent countries and the rules-based international system was way too soft. If we are not able to solve and prevent such unacceptable violation of the United Nations Charter, if we cannot deter full-scale military invasions, we will come face to face with more and more similar aggressions. The destiny of Ukraine will determine the destiny of the European continent and the rules-based international order globally. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, we are obliged to do what we can to defend ourselves and be prepared for any possible scenario. We have to assure all the time that we will not back off, that we will stand by on the just side. Our support has been vital, and we politicians are responsible to explain to our people why the support to Ukraine is so important and to ensure that the relevant budgetary resources and legislative decisions are approved. Thank you, colleagues, and we support the report and we thank the rapporteurs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kalnina Lukašević from Latvia, and then we continue on the speakers list, and the first is Mrs. Christiana Erotou-Crito from Cyprus and the Socialist Group. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, let me thank Mrs. Vasilenko, Mr. Kern, and Mr. Bulai for an excellent report. Dear colleagues, ever since its establishment 3/4 of a century ago, the Council of Europe has been proclaiming a key role in preventing conflict and war and in promoting unity and peace. This strategic aim is based on the inherent belief that conditions of peace and security in Europe and beyond may be achieved through the advancement of common democratic principles and values, respect for the rule of law and protection of political liberties and fundamental human rights. The organization uses a series of tools and practices developed through the decades aimed at averting crises and managing common challenges, which have produced a series of successes, but also some failures. Existing cases of conflict in Europe and the wider region, and primarily Russia's aggression against Ukraine, rightfully have incited strong reactions by the Council of Europe as an organization. However, such reactions may only serve as deterrents to future incidents if they entail severe enough and applicable consequences. For this reason, the multifaceted tools used by the Council and its main entities today, including PACE, should be reassessed in order to strengthen the organization's essential role as the guardian of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. In recognizing the need for a new impetus, as was done during the Reykjavik summit, Member States should demonstrate their commitment to the Convention system and show the political commitment necessary to adopt action plans that include both early warning systems against the various forms of democratic backsliding, as well as effective mechanisms to ensure compliance and demand accountability for violations of international law and the failure to respect and implement decisions, recommendations, and rulings. The Council of Europe should stop regarding the honouring of obligations and commitments by all Member States at all times as a vision statement, but rather as an irrefutable requisite pledge. Furthermore, the non-execution of the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights should no longer be anticipated and widely accepted as an unfortunate situation with no recourse. As we have mentioned numerous times before, strengthening the enforcement of the Court's judgments should finally have pragmatic implications. It is vital to recover the credibility of the Council of Europe on all levels, especially in the eyes of our citizens. Only then will the Council of Europe, as an international organization, be able to engage in conflict prevention and de-escalation and promote democratic security and peace in real and applicable terms. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Cristiana Erto-Corito. And the next speaker is on behalf of the EPP, and is Mrs. Yulia Yasko from Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, we definitely entered the times when simply there is no place for a normal vacation. There is simply no opportunity to sleep in peace. It's absolutely true, as Serhiy Sobolev said, that he doesn't remember any single plenary week in the Council of Europe when there was 3 debates connected to the current war, wars in different places. Unfortunately, while it feels like the West went on the vacation some years ago, in 2008, in August, when Russia invaded Georgia, now we know that finally some came back from the vacation and woke up. And what do we see? We realize that we don't have tools. We realize that we can feel sorry, but what else can we do? We, as the international community, we as international organizations, it seems that we can talk in theory, but where is the practice? I'm very happy that we are having these conversations here, and I know this organization is much more productive than many others. This is the first organization that makes a progress, and this is the reason why we believe in this organization. But I want you to think about some of the debates that we were having here, that people are joining the radical movements on the far-right ideologies. Why they do that? Because they feel unheard. Why we did it the way that they feel unheard and became radicals? Why do we say that, oh, actually, yes, there is a crime, but what else can we do? Oh, I'm sorry, we are politicians. And of course, maybe you would say it's too philosophical and idealistic, but we are in politics to create with the creativity these solutions. So I urge you, when we're talking about the real tools, and we already made in theory the possibility of the international tribunal, the possibility of the register of the damage, of the frozen assets, let's make sure that it's working in the time that we need. Let's make sure that the sanctions and those who avoid sanctions, that we have a real monitoring tools, and that we should do the follow-ups and check with each other every time when we're here. We should have the analytical group also working how to prevent the future wars, the future conflicts, if you want. I'm sure we're capable, but for that we need to be creative and to have empathy for humanity and for the world.
Thank you, Mrs. Yasko. And then we continue to the European Conservatives, and it's Mr. Samad Saido from Azerbaijan. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The title of this report, as we can see, is Restoring Credibility of the International Organizations. It means that the credibility has fallen, and we should do our best in order to restore that. But why it's happened? I think the major reason is that we're talking a lot about the peace, but we did very few real steps in the direction of justice. But how can it be possible to create peace without justice? That's impossible. Peace without justice will be very vulnerable, not sustainable, not forever. And I am from Azerbaijan. We actually had this experience. 30 years my country had been occupied. And we, within the international organizations, we ask international organizations, but please take into account that justice should be restored. But international organizations said, no, that's impossible. You should accept that. You should live in the situation of unjust approach to your country. And when we said that would be impossible, that would create chaos, they said, no, peace is prevail. Okay. But in this case, two things had happened. The first, the title of this report. The credibility of international organizations had fallen. And the second, occupants has decided that they can do everything. And they started to occupy more. They tried to create more obstacles, more headaches. And when we restored our territorial integrity, something unbelievable had happened. International organizations who are irresponsible to say, okay, at last justice has come to this region, they said, why you did it? We said, okay, we are really to communicate, we are really to think about the future together with our Armenian colleagues and friends. But what had happened? Instead of that, again, we can see in the region attempts to create separatism and terrorism. And moreover, international organizations started to support this movement, which created the current situation. And now I want to express my gratitude to the rapporteur for his very special words that territorial integrity and sovereignty of the country is a priority for all countries, and it should be like that. This is the only way for peace and justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Saido. Then we continue to Mrs. Aryosyak Yulhakyan from Armenia and EPP Group. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, the Council of Europe is considered to be a beacon of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Its core mission is to uphold these values among its member states, and by doing so, it is supposed to contribute significantly to the prevention of conflicts. But can we state today that Council of Europe is successful in this mission? The state of turmoil, the lack of peace, the wars themselves unleashed in the Council of Europe area since at least 22 and even before prove the opposite. I think there is a crisis in the Council of Europe because we have forgotten the initial purpose of coming together. So what should the Council of Europe do to prevent the conflicts? The answer is simple. The Council of Europe should promote, if necessary, push democratization processes in its member states. Because it is a well-known fact that democratic states do not tend to initiate conflicts. If the member states refuse to comply with the democratic rules, the Council of Europe should sanction them, reconsider their membership. Colleagues, let me, however, reformulate the question. What Council of Europe shouldn't do to prevent conflicts? First, the Council of Europe shouldn't compromise with authoritarian regimes, with dictators. The dictators do not understand the language of compromise. The Council of Europe should sanction the dictators in a timely manner. Do not wait until it is too late. Second, the Council of Europe should not be neutral and balanced. The most common sentence I have heard in this assembly is the following: we must be neutral and balanced. No, dear colleagues, we must not. This is a political organization, and we must have a clear political stance on any case of flagrant violation of rules by the member states. We have been long neutral and balanced with some of our member states until it was too late. We have been neutral and balanced with the case of Nagorno-Karabakh until it was and already is too late. And we cannot be neutral and balanced in case with Armenia or other member country, and one day in the future state that it is too late. Speaking about Armenia, dear colleagues, on October 5, a five-sided meeting was planned in Granada between the leaders of the EU, France, Germany, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. A statement was supposed to be adopted and signed by the five leaders, in which Armenia and Azerbaijan should have recognized mutually each other's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and inviolability of borders. Agreed on the delimitation of borders based on the Almaty Declaration and opening of regional connectivity links based on full respect of countries' sovereignty and jurisdiction, as well as on the principles of equality and reciprocity. The leader of Azerbaijan refused on the very last moment to take part in the meeting. Furthermore, yesterday, President Aliyev in Bishkek blamed the Armenian Prime Minister Pashinyan for flying 6 hours to Granada for a strange meeting with the Western mediation. Aliyev declared that if Armenia refuses to take part in Russia-mediated negotiations, Azerbaijan will think carefully before taking part in the West-mediated meetings. I think that today, as a Council of Europe, we should ask a question to our colleagues from Azerbaijan. What is wrong with the Western platform? Thank you.
Thank you, Julianka. And we continue with Mr. Laszlo Toroczkai from Hungary. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. This report has a very good title. The title suggests that the Council of Europe is finally doing what it was created to do in 1949, to promote peace among nations and democratic security. Despite its title, unfortunately, this report does not get to the heart of the matter. The Council of Europe was founded after the Second World War in order to prevent a Third World War. But now we are getting closer and closer to a Third World War, and you are doing nothing. In fact, you are not talking about real solutions. You are not talking about peace. And even in this chamber, you regularly talk about the need for sending more weapons to Ukraine. The solution is a new global treaty. The Council of Europe and the international institutions should work on this. Instead of all sorts of pointless organizations and institutions, this treaty should be signed by those who make the real decisions. This is what the Council of Europe should be pushing for. These are the group of 7, include the EU, the BRICS, the African Union, Gulf Cooperation Council. The most important part of this new global treaty is to end colonialism, which brings profits to global corporations but causes suffering and death to the people, and to end mass immigration, which is a source of new conflicts. Spheres of interest must be established, boundaries must be drawn and respected. World peace is based on mutual respect. No culture or civilization should force its values on another culture, because this usually leads to violence. Globalization, with its many negative effects, has also had the positive effects of cutting distances. We need to create a global economic cooperation where everyone trades with what they are best able to do at national level. This global treaty must also stop mass immigration, which only makes human smugglers rich increases crime rates and causes more and more conflicts. And the real refugees should always be relocated to the nearest safe country of the war zone and assisted by international cooperation until they can return to their homelands. Of course, if there is no war, where there is peace, there are no refugees. These are the most important foundations for world peace. The Council of Europe should not be focused on the interest of the arms industry and other global corporations, but on promoting global peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Toraksky. And the next speaker is Mr. Sasa Magazinovic from Bosnia-Herzegovina and the Socialist Group. The floor is yours.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, the first sentence of the draft resolution states, the price of every war will always be many times higher than that of its prevention. I completely agree, but I want to add, to have capacity to stop and prevent war, you must have credibility. Credibility when we talk about Council of Europe, but also about international community as a whole. It's being built over the years, but could be lost very quickly and easily. If a teacher tolerates the bad behavior of one student, what will happen to other children? First, they will be dissatisfied, but soon they will also start to misbehave. This is a situation in which we find ourselves and where double standards are daily occurrence. Bad students are tolerated, good ones are taken for granted. At the end, the problem will become so big that it will completely destroy credibility of international community and therefore the Council of Europe. The security and stability of the Western Balkans is treated. Expectation of the new war is normalized. Incidents of increasing proportion are becoming more frequent and are disrupting the sense of security. International bodies use diplomatic rhetoric that does not produce results. I have a question. Is it time to add the new article of the European Convention of the Human Rights, the human right to live free from the fear of the new war? One of the pillars of democratic security is the efficient functioning of democratic institutions. If we talk about prevention, should we also talk about how we react if decisions of democratic institutions are not implemented? For example, decisions of the European Court of Human Rights. European and international institutions are laid to prevent existing conflicts and wars. We are not talking about improving existing prevention tools. The Western Balkans is a place where new improved prevention tools should be implemented. The diplomatic language so far is ineffective. The message of concern are frustrating because they are followed by nothing. If we want to be a facilitator of the peace and advocates of human rights in democratic security, we must be honest, brave, and aware. That is what I invite us all to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Magazinovic. And the next speaker is Mrs. Yulia Ovshinnikova from ALDE Group and Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Madam President, dear rapporteurs, dear colleagues. This debate is one of the most important we had in PACE. It's about ensuring a comprehensive, just and lasting peace and security in Ukraine and Europe. It's about how to restore respect for the rule of law and what step we should take on the way to new world political architecture. This resolution perfectly accumulates all the key actions that must be taken and supported widely. Peace provides again its leadership, geopolitical rule, as one day we say no to the membership of Russian Federation in the Council of Europe. We did not tolerate gross and brutal violations of rule of law, human rights, and our shared European values. But the United Nations still does, and still losing its credibility, being paralyzed and damaged as a mechanism for ensuring peace and security. Dear colleagues, our life will never be the same. When we are discussing peace, security, and international order, we shouldn't abstract the things. We should access reality. A few days ago, the Russian Federation once again, as every day, disregarded the principle of promoting global peace, carrying out the largest missile attack of the Kharkov region. With one blow, the rockets killed 59 people for the moment. We live in this reality every day. So every day we need weapons in order to live. First, see the existential nature of the Russian aggression. They will not stop. Their goal has always been to exterminate Ukrainians. They have been doing this for centuries. Holodomor was one of those special measures against Ukrainian people. It's a war for freedom and democracy against Orwell 1984 reincarnation in 21st century named racism. Second, we already have a peace formula of President Zelensky. If we are looking for a plan to ensure just and lasting peace, 10 points is the only way to restore and guarantee security in Europe. And finally, the Assembly should encourage Council of Europe member states to bolster their support and troop-run the requiring voices spread by the Kremlin of war fatigue among Ukrainian partners. Ukraine needs stronger support. Peace should come with victory of Ukraine. This is only one scenario to make war the end in Europe and reinforce the highest value of human life and freedom. Slava Ukraini. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Ovshinnikova. And the next speaker is Mr. Armin Gevorkyan from Armenia and European Conservatives. The floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, I will reflect about two observations pertaining to the future of the Council of Europe and this Assembly, keeping in mind the situation in post-Soviet space. First, today the Council of Europe presents our people with a rather dangerous choice to make between a genuine democracy and authoritarianism. Such a strange choice exists due to the fact that our organization, loyal to the coexistence of political regimes like in Turkey and Azerbaijan, under our common umbrella. Therefore, I am asking you to be alert that our organization does not transform from being a champion of democratic governance and human rights into a greenhouse for authoritarian regimes. Second, the past 30 years of experiments resulted in an unfortunate transformation of democracy and human rights from genuine values into a mechanism for promoting geopolitical interests. This has created not only competition between so-called liberal values and conservative traditions, but also created a practice of promoting the democracy by non-democratic means. Double standards, power, politics, oil and gas have emerged as a dominant factors in international relations instead of democratic culture, human rights, and rule of law. As a result of above mentioned, in my opinion, Council of Europe has unfortunately been failing its core mission for decades, namely the strengthening the democratic stability and security in post-Soviet area. We still are witnessing continuous conflicts and new wars. We have recorded the ethnic cleansings in Nagorno-Karabakh by Azerbaijan. And that crime is yet to be prosecuted and condemned. We have to recognize that some members themselves have not yet fully adopted the traditions and rules of democracy, but with their accession to our organization, democracy in general began backsliding in Europe. Dear colleagues, let me be clear. Any Council of Europe member state has the full right to determine their own national interests and pursue these interests, but only in accordance with the founding documents of the Council. Only this approach will help to prevent wars and conflicts, prevent crimes against humanity, or serve as a reference point for democratic peace and prosperity. I strongly believe that this organization will have a potential to continue pursuing its mission of upholding democracy, supporting democratic transition and rule of law in its member states, if we would avoid selective approaches in defending values and human rights. I conclude by observing that the further unpunished membership of Azerbaijan in Turkey in Council of Europe will only meet the ideological demise of this organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gevorgyan. Then we continue. I call for Mr. Mihail Popsoy from Republic of Moldova and EPP Group. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, I'd like to start by thanking the rapporteurs for solid work that they've done. And I'd like to say that it is very good that we currently have reached the point of soul-searching and having this collective wisdom to ponder upon these important topics. Of course, we have failed to do that in 2019, and we have failed to do that in 2015, and we have all failed to do that collectively in 2008 and before. The imperial ambition of Putin's Russia was evident to everyone who had eyes to see and ears to listen. But it is good that we have come to this point where now there are no longer any excuses, where now it's clear to everyone the predicament that we have been facing in the region for decades. And I must admit that we in Moldova have also lost a significant amount of time and only now came to the collective wisdom to identify Putin's Russia as the main national security threat to our country in the national security strategy that is being currently discussed in Moldova. It is, of course, regretful that my predecessors in the Republic of Moldova didn't have what it took to realize the threat that Putin's Russia posed to Moldova's national security by subsidizing separatism in Transnistria and by supporting oligarchs, fugitive oligarchs from Moldovan justice, to undermine the legitimate government in Moldova and the legitimate craving of our people to return to the great family of European nations. But nonetheless, we're doing it now. Despite our modest resources, we are building resilience in our state institutions, and we are making sure that Moldova can provide its fair share in supporting Ukraine. But sometimes, albeit well-meaningly, we are carried away in saying that we'll support Ukraine for as long as it takes. And I would suggest that we would need to support Ukraine till the moment of victory, because only victory of Ukraine can provide this credibility to the international institutions that we are talking now about, and can ensure real sustainable peace in our region. Only a Ukrainian victory can assure those goals that we all share. So I urge you to provide support to Ukraine and to democracy and to the rule of law, not for as long as it takes, but until the moment of Ukrainian victory. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Popsoy. And the next speaker is Mrs. Atilda Yonyai from Albania and the Socialist Group. The floor is yours. She's not here. Well, then we continue to the observation position, and Mr. David Wells from Canada, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, the report we're debating today allows us to reflect on what this organization has achieved in almost 75 years of existence. It allows us to consider new ways the Council of Europe can be strengthened. With respect to the latter, Rapporteur Vasilenko's report contains some very innovative proposals. But there's one in particular that I would like to focus on today, the proposal that the Council of Europe promote, quote, the duty to prevent aggression, close quote, as a legal obligation. The report only briefly explains how this would work in practice, but it appears to be recommending a legal obligation in some context for member states to provide military assistance to other member states facing imminent, unprovoked attack. The report argues that collective defense and security should not be limited to NATO members, and quite understandably, it uses Ukraine as a case in point. I quote, both prior to 2014 and 2022, a number of foreign intelligence services were aware of the Russian Federation's plans of aggression. Had Ukraine been provided with more significant military assistance before the full-scale invasion began, it could have served as a potent deterrent against Russia's aggressive intentions. I agree with this report's conclusion that the global security architecture needs reform, and I share the frustration it expresses regarding the failures of the United Nations Security Council. At the same time, I'm not fully certain I understand the implications in terms of member states' obligations of what is being proposed here. At first glance, it would seem to be quite a significant departure from this organization's mandate, but it's one I would welcome. The Council of Europe does a very good job in doing things that happen after the act, chasing the violators. So perhaps there are measures we could consider for before the violations occur. It's a high bar and would take considerable work, but significant advancements usually have these hurdles. While Canada is only an observer state at the Council of Europe, I nonetheless look forward to hearing more from Rapporteur Vasilenko about the specific obligations for the duty to prevent aggression may create. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. And then the next speaker is Mrs. Maria Mentseva from Ukraine and the EPP group. The floor is yours. You're taking it from another position, I see, but you're here.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, dear Chairwoman. Thank you, Ingrid. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I think it's extremely important to mention one of the historical moments of these two important resolutions. And today, for this fact, I am wearing a dress from 1930s of the last century, which was made and embroidered by my grandmother, who survived 2 waves of great famine, of great starvation during the Stalin regime in Ukraine in the 20th century. She grew up 3 children, one of whom is currently my grandmother, and that's how I appeared in this world. But you know, during the stories that I've been hearing from her about the lack of food, about natural disasters, about forcible deportations, about the rape of children, about tortures of civilians, I never thought that in the 21st century, in our homeland, and not only in Ukraine, but in other countries of the world, we would experience that. And neither I did not want to promote such resolutions, but we have to, because justice and long-lasting peace cannot exist without responsibility. That's why we are seeing terrorist attacks, very unfortunate terrorist attacks in Israel by Hamas. And please believe me, colleagues, and I highly appreciate with all my heart on behalf of Ukrainians that you emphasized yesterday, the signature of Hamas in Israel was the same as the signature of terrorists from Russia in Bucha, Irpin, in Izum, in Kupiansk, and other small cities and towns and bigger settlements in Ukraine. This is a signature of genocidal nature of aggression, which has to find an answer today. That's why both of the papers are calling for international tribunal to be established, for the resources to be found for the register of damage, for the elimination of the veto power of Russia in the Security Council. This is illegitimate, and thank you, friends, we're finally talking about it in the document, in a very particular article. Of course, the deportation of children of Ukraine to Russia and Belarus, which is a legal act with the genocidal nature, actually consists of genocide, has also to stop. most importantly, the missing civilians. We don't even know how many of them are existent since 2014. My family is also very personally concerned with this topic, as many other Ukrainian families. And we introduced a suggestion to pass the list from Russian Federation to us via any UN member state to immediately return all civilians deported from Ukraine illegally from 2014. I thank you all for this important work, both to our amazing rapporteurs. You are doing history today. Thank you very much. Дякую. Слава Україні.
Thank you, Mr. Mensentseva. And then we continue with Mr. Rafael Husnov from Azerbaijan and the ALDE Group. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, dear colleagues. Everyone cares that there are no conflicts between peoples and countries, and if there are, they should be ended or urgent measures should be taken to end them as soon as possible. Everyone wishes the reputation of international organizations the main task of which is to establish democratic values more strongly, protect human rights, and strive to achieve peace and stability to grow, and that is words be valid and steps effective. Because the more the power and credibility of international institutions increases, the more benefits they can bring in resolving conflicts. Confidence in jury always appears as an important factor. I am well familiarized with the 74-year history of the Council of Europe. I am aware of the benefits that our organization has given to the construction of a new, morally healthier, more democratic Europe and the world over the first half-century of its activity. If the Council of Europe, as well as many international organizations in both Europe and the world, had been as active in the last 30 years as in 1950s, 1980s, I suppose there would have been no need for such a report today. Also, there would have been no need to seek for ways to restore lost or damaged credibility. I am in the Council of Europe for the 23 year being living witness to how the crisis was created according to my closest observations. It is still almost a dream to reach the goals set in this report without making the change. In this case, calls for conflict prevention will not transform into concrete actions, thus causing new despair, and eventually more or less confidence in the organization will be lost. In my opinion, the powers of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe should be expanded via introducing fundamental change to the Charter. Furthermore, mechanisms for its serious influence and, if necessary, pressure on member countries should be invented. Like that, the Security Council to UN, the Committee of Ministers should have the same weight and powers to the Parliamentary Assembly. If the manifestations of double standards, partisanship, and management are noticeable, if the related appeals are made, if it should be regularly investigated in the Assembly, and the question of dismissing those who commit such actions from the organization should be raised without delay. If these and similar measures had been implemented consistently, then this report would have been a real impact. And in that regard, I would have wholeheartedly support every line and clause of this text. For now, all this is still a long way away.
Thank you, Mr. Husno. And then the last speaker in this debate is Mrs. Saranda Bogujevski from other delegations. It's from Assembly of Kosovo. The floor is yours. She's not here? No. Then it will be Mrs. Zeynep Yildiz from Turkey. The floor is yours. There she is. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dear President, dear colleagues, there is an apparent need to ensure peace, stability, and security in Europe. Although we have come to the idea that we have achieved these goals over time, unfortunately, the challenges we have recently encountered reminded us again and again that we should make a shared principle sustainable, and we should work harder than ever to prevent the emergence of things hindering them. The Council of Europe has always declared its will and determination to contribute to democratic security and to consolidate peace and stability in the European continent, both in its founding documents and with the decisions taken at its bodies. However, given the problems we are currently facing, it is possible for the Council to take more effective actions. On this basis, I would like to thank the rapporteur for her report and also share some points that need consideration by our Assembly. First of all, the dialogue among us should be frank, open, and not based on presumptions or views expressed elsewhere. We must remember that the main feature that distinguishes this Assembly from the other international organizations is the unique institutional background, the dialogue medium offered, and the good chance to cover a wider geography than the European Union. Although the solidarity among the European Union member states is understandable to a certain point, it should not be overlooked that the most powerful uniqueness of this institution offers a more comprehensive medium, which is expected to create consensus medium rather than dictate any kind of agendas of the member states. Secondly, to avoid double standards is a key factor for preserving the existence principle of this Assembly. To have a smooth dialogue which may bring much more concrete results. All Council of Europe member states should be treated equally, and the process of joint procedure should not be instrumentalized. Finally, we know that what the real consensus and concrete results means. We know that a fair, transparent, and constructive dialogue is possible. There is a good example right next to us, Turkish government's success in the case of Russian Federation's aggression against Ukraine. While supporting Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, Turkey maintained a peace-oriented dialogue with both sides, which has led to concrete achievements such as prisoner swap and Black Sea Grain Initiative. As the rapporteur points out in this report, a new mechanism could be helpful. To this end, we should also focus on our existing mechanisms and our practice of working in this body and try to establish lessons learned for our future work. Such an approach will give us the responsibility to review our current method of work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Yildiz. I must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publications in the official report. I remind colleagues that typewritten text can be submitted electronically, if possible, no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. I call Mr. Sobolev to reply to the debate, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The best war is the war that did not happen. It's understand everybody, but it's very important to understand how and what we can do that war will not happen. I think that some replies that I want to do to our colleagues, it's very important on this case. First of all, strong army. Of course, it's very important to have a strong army, but it must be a process, not one way, as somebody proposed, disarmament. It must be a process of everybody if it's disarmament. But because in the case of Ukraine, that 30 years ago, withdraw all nuclear potential, it was the third nuclear state in the world. And what do we have now? Second, of course, peace without justice is nothing. But I want to add one more thing. Peace and justice is nothing without responsibility. And responsibility not only for territory, but for people who is living on this territory. Third, it's very important to understand that to announce some sanctions, it's nothing if we are not control these sanctions. So in this case, our organization also has efforts to announce sanctions. But it can't be only sanctions of the Council of Europe. It must be the same sanctions of the United Nations and other organizations. In this case, they are working. One more thing, it's very important to have the not only and to win the war, a real war, but it's very important to win the propaganda war, the information or disinformation war. And when today, on one of the channels that is subsidized by French state, I myself watch the reportage how Wagner Group, so a poor man from Wagner Group got a support, physical support, physical support because of the crimes they did. I can't even imagine how millions of people who are watching this channel all over the world, or these Ukrainians, this Ukrainian woman, are watching now on this channel the representatives of Wagner Group who are so poor, who need this support. Maybe this evening we will see how the representatives of other terrorist organizations will be on this TV channel, and we will discuss what support do they need. So I think it's very important if we have some efforts, if we have in this case sanctions, these sanctions had to be worked. And it's possible only if we will do everything in the reforming of our organization, in our propositions and propositions of our parliaments to the reforming of all other organizations. In this case, we will be even in 1 centimeter more close to peace than to war. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sobolev. And I call Mr. Bulai, the rapporteur, to the second report to reply to the debate. And you have also 3 minutes, but Mr. Sobolev used 4, so I believe be flexible, but try to stick to 3 minutes.
Thank you for this generosity, Madam Chair. I would like to first thank Mr. Popushoy for having had the courage to put in a historical perspective all the chronology of aggression from Russia's side to the European democracies in the past 30 years, not to mention the other aggressions. Now, I would like to respond to the very fine observation of Madam Sabina Čudić, saying that the way to hell is paved with good intentions, and those could be excuses. Dear Sabina, you are newer here, but just to know, 4 years ago, no later than that, half part of this assembly just found excuses for keeping Russia. An excuse after Russia aggressed Transnistria, another excuse after Russia occupied a part of Georgia, another excuse, and with limited sanctions after Russia occupied and annexed Crimea, an excuse 4 years ago because we would need Russian money in order to have a functioning institution here, because we have a need for dialogue, for collaboration, for openness, for a courageous ambiguity of saying no to a behavior that is repeating again and again and again. And we are here because we were not courageous enough and because we found excuses on not acting enough. And now, I look to Mr. Gocharenko because he had some interesting points, but not enough. We will never know how many wars this institution have prevented to happen. Because democracies are never allowing wars to happen. And this institution has been building up democracies in Europe, have been strengthening democracies. Yes, we have failed, but we have failed not because of this institution, but we have failed despite of this institution because of a lack of a democracy in a certain country. If Russia would have been fully democratically now, we would not have had this war. So I now call upon the great keyword that is on the lips of everyone, accountability. Let us make functional the register of damage. Let us also work for the compensation mechanism. Let us all fight till the very end to have the tribunal in place and to help Ukraine to win this war, regardless of what it takes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bulai. Does the Vice Chair of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy, Mr. Singieris, wish to speak? And you have also 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Madam Skau, I remember our first resolution here after February 24th. We were battling here about first phrase, and now it looks like an anecdote. Our first phrase in the first resolution was to have all support or to have only humanitarian support to Ukraine. If you remember the debate, and finally the debate ended with the full support. It was first resolution after 24th of February. So how big was the way we go from this first debate to the real reality? When Mr. Bulai mentioned 8 years of our debates after Crimea was taken over, and we tried in this assembly to collect and cement the political will to tell that Russia is coming with the war and Belarus is an ally of Russia who is trying to dismantle civil society in Belarus and to help Russia. So it was many resolutions felt here. I just counted, Mr. Bulai, 7 resolutions and 30 votes in favor and 75 against. We're here not to make any revenge for that, but we're coming back to say how good is today resolutions, Mr. Bulai, and of course, the Lesya Vasilenko, and especially our old-comer Sergei, presented today the second one. We have here general feeling, Madam Speaker, that democracies have loneless. We becoming, all democratic world is now encirculated by not only fatigue, but by maneuvering by China and Russia and Iran. I'm sorry, I'm Jewish, but I don't think that this Iranian Hamas and Hezbollah attempt in Israel was not circulating to Moscow. I would like to say in an extremely unpolite way that I have no paranoia about that, but I think the intelligence of those countries are circulating and synchronizing their move. And for that reason, for which reason? To push Ukraine to the second line. That is the reason. To block Ukraine to be on the first page. And this organization will be not giving the right for Ukraine slowly to be pushed to the second priority line. We are responsible. Mr. Bulai, both reports are serving the goal not to push out Ukraine and to have the mechanism. Special international tribunal, who is now late and will be working in absentia. It will be not Nuremberg tribunal. Well, we will be not winning the war, taking over and liberating Russia from Putin regime. It will be not the case. In absentia, but the court should start to work. And Maria Mezentseva presented very simple, adopted by everyone amendments, at least to have a core group. A core group, that's big deal.
Time's out.
Thank you. And on the end, I would like to say that one small remark. I just visited Kharkiv and saw the old elderly lady on the bombed house on the 8th floor, and people bringing water while the lady sitting from the 24th of February on this bombed house on the 8th floor. We will all try not to give the possibility for all Ukraine to be annihilated, bombed, and repeat what was started to be done during the Holodomor. We will be behind Ukraine and the victory. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Singheris. Debate is closed. We will now start the consideration of the first report. The Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy has presented a draft resolution, it's document 15821, to which 5 amendments have been tabled and 2 sub-amendments, and a draft recommendation, document 15821, to which 1 amendment has been tabled. We will start with consideration of the draft resolution and then move on to consideration of the draft recommendation. I understand that the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments 1, 4, 5 to the draft resolution, which were unanimously approved by the committee, should be declared as agreed by the Assembly. Is that so, Mr. Emanuele Singheris?
The case, absolutely, people were absolutely unanimous supporting the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singheris. Does anyone object? No? As there is no objection, I declare that Amendment 1, 4, and 5 to the draft resolution have been agreed. I call Mr. Oleksiy Goncharenko to support Amendment 3. You have 30 seconds.
We're speaking about important amendment which should help us to stop very bad practice of trying of regimes of Putin and Lukashenko to go out of sanctions, to restart business as usual. We see that some countries are sending their ambassadors there. We see how some ministers are coming to Moscow with official visits. We saw how Hungarian ambassador was accepted in Minsk by self-proclaimed Lukashenko, who is not president. So what ambassador could come there? So we need to stop this practice as soon as possible. This amendment is about this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have been informed that Mr. Sobolev, on behalf of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy, wishes to propose an oral sub-amendment to Amendment 3. This would remove the second sentence to Amendment 3. In my opinion, the oral sub-amendment is in order under our rules. However, do 10 or more members object to the oral sub-amendments being debated? Mr. Sobolev, you want to have the floor to explain.
It's correct. I propose to remove second sentence, and it was supported unanimously.
Does anyone object? No? Fewer than 10, at least? A 0, in fact. Does anyone wish to speak against the oral sub-amendment? No, that's not the case. What is the opinion of the mover of the main amendment, Mr. Goncharenko?
Yeah, I support oral sub-amendment. The main important issue is in statement number 1. So we're saying the most important, that the Assembly strongly advises member states to refrain from initiating official interactions with the governments of both the Russian Federation and Belarus, particularly in the realm of diplomatic appointments. It's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Goncharenko. Your support, that was the understanding. Yes, the committee unanimously agreed to the oral sub-amendment. I will now put the oral sub-amendment to the vote, and the vote is open. It's too few. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The oral sub-amendment is agreed to. Thank you. We will now consider the main amendment as sub-amended. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? No, that's not the case. What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment? Mr. Singieris?
In favor.
In favor, thank you. I shall now put Amendment 3 to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 3 is agreed to. And I continue. I call, I think it's Mr. Fassino on behalf of the... No, we have already dealt with that. That's right. And now we are on amendment number 2, sub-amendment, I think. Then I call Mr. Fassino on behalf of the Monitoring Committee to support Amendment 2. You have 30 seconds, Mr. Fassino.
Sì, noi consideriamo che sia necessario una integrazione per garantire che tutti i paesi naturalmente assumano comportamenti pienamente rispettosi del diritto internazionale e siano vincolati a eseguire tutti gli obblighi che derivano dalle convenzioni a cui hanno aderito.
Thank you, Mr. Fassino. I call Mr. Papandreou to support the sub-amendment, and you have 30 seconds.
Yes, I believe that this is very correct, that the member states should be supporting the accession to the treaties, the international treaties, and this should be an important part of the of this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Papandreou. And does anyone else wish to speak against the sub-amendment? That's not the case. What is the opinion of the mover of the main amendment, Mr. Fassino, I think? You are in favor? Yes. I will now put the sub-amendment to the vote, and the vote is open. The vote is closed, and I call for the result to be displayed. The sub-amendment is agreed to. Thank you. Page. Yeah, and the sub-amendment is agreed to. Yes, I said that. We will now consider the main amendment. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? No, that's not the case. What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment? Mr. Singieris?
Yes, in favor.
In favor, thank you. I shall now put Amendment 2 to the vote, and the vote is open. And the vote is closed, and I call for the result to be displayed. And Amendment 2 is agreed to. Thank you. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15821. A simple majority is required, and the vote is now open. And the vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. And the draft resolution in document 15.8.21 is adopted. Thank you. We will now consider the draft recommendation contained in document 15.8.21, to which one amendment has been tabled. And I call Mrs. Olena Komenko to support Amendment 6, and you have 30 seconds. She's not here. Here, there you are.
I'm here, Madam Chair, but I'm sorry, I'm not sure I have the right file with the amendments. So could you just read
Do you
it
want
out?
me to read it for you?
Mm-hmm.
I look here if we have the present text to this amendment. Can you? You must have it correct, so we try. Is this? I read it to you because in the draft recommendation at the end of paragraph 4, add the following words. There you, I think you have it there. And I say it, and in particular should address the issue of improving the United Nations government bodies' decision-making process and enhancing accountability for crimes and accordance with international law and enforcing the duty to make reparations for international wrongful acts.
Yes, Madam Chair, this amendment is about revision of decision-making process in the international organizations which are entitled to keep peace and maintain peace and prevent wars. And we see that they are not effective. They are veto. Russia has its veto power, and we need to revise
the
decision-making process.
Yeah, thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? That's not the case. What is the opinion of the committee? Mr. Singh?
Yes, by a large majority adopted. In favor.
In favor with large majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote, and the vote is open. And the vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 6 is agreed to. Thank you. Yeah, and we will now proceed to vote on the draft recommendation contained in document 15.8.21. A 2/3 majority is required, and the vote is now open. And the vote is closed. I ask for the result to be displayed. And the draft recommendation document 15.8.21 is adopted. Thank you. We will now come to consideration of the second report. The Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy has been presented a draft resolution in document 15.8.42, to which 4 amendments have been tabled. I understand that the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy wishes to propose to the Assembly that Amendment 4, 2, 3, and 1 to the draft resolution in document 15.8.42 will be unanimously approved by the Committee, should be declared as agreed by the Assembly. Is that so, Mr. Singh?
Yes, Madam Speaker, it is a fact. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone object? That's not the case. As there is no objection, I declare that Amendment 4, 2, 3, and 1 to the draft resolution have been agreed. Yes, and I understand. I look for Maria Mentseva. You are sitting where? Yeah, you are there. I understand that Maria Mentseva wishes to move an oral sub-amendment. I remind the Assembly of Rule 34.7, which enables the President to accept an oral amendment only if it's promoted clarity, accuracy, or conditionally, on conciliation. In my opinion, the oral amendment does not meet, it does meet the criteria. It meets the criteria of Rules 34.7 and therefore can be debated. In paragraph 18.5, it's possible. So, well, we come back to you, but you want to have the floor, Maria Mensneva?
Yes, dear President. Yes, dear Ingrid. Colleagues, it's very, very simple. According to the 3 committees which we held recently on possible dialogue with possible oppositions from both Russia, Belarus, etc., we are saying and referring to previous resolution for keeping the channels of dialogue. We take out the word cooperation because we first do the dialogue and then we promote further steps of the cooperation. We think it's very logical. The oral amendment was supported by the committee. Please support it. It's extremely important for our nation and future endeavors with possible opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mensneva. Then I have to ask you if there's anyone in the plenary here that objects to this amendment. That's not the case. Then I have to ask, does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? That's not the case. What is the opinion of the committee? Shall Mrs. Ingerius?
Madam Speaker, it was unanimously in favor. Thank you.
Unanimously in favor, so that's clear. I shall now put the amendment to the vote, and the vote is open. And the vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Yes, Amendment 4 is agreed to. Thank you. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15842. A simple majority is required and the vote is open. And the vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. And the draft resolution in document 15842 is adopted. And thanks to all you in the plenary.
The next item on the agenda is the debate on the report titled Humanitarian Situation in Nagorno-Karabakh. You find it in document 15840, presented by Mr. Domagoj Djukovic on behalf of the Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons Committee. In order to finish by 7:10 p.m., I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 6:25 to allow time for reply and vote. I call Mr. Djukovic rapporteur. You have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes for your reply at the end of the debate. Mr. Djukovic.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, at the beginning, allow me to express my utmost sadness and regret at all the human tragedies that have unraveled during the 30 years long conflict in the region. Being a displaced person myself at a certain point in my life, I assure you I can empathize with anyone on both sides faced with such a fate. The series of human tragedies in this part of the world has just gotten a new episode, an exodus of Armenian population from Nagorno-Karabakh. Our assembly cannot be silent in the face of such a development. Report before you, dear colleagues, this afternoon deals with this humanitarian issue. Before going to the content of the resolution, recommendation, and indeed report, allow me a few words about the terminology used. The complexities of the region are maybe most notably reflected in the names and toponyms of the area, Karabakh or Nagorno-Karabakh. I understand the importance and emotional appeal attached to those, while Armenians in the region tie their ethnic identity to the name Nagorno-Karabakh.
One second, could I have order in the hall? Mr. Rapporteur, please continue.
Thank you. While Armenians in the region tie their ethnic identity to the name Nagorno-Karabakh, the Azerbaijani call a broader region than that Karabakh. I wish to clarify one thing, why I used and chose to have a report with this name. So first, Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights referred this suggestion for an urgent debate. Then the Presidential Committee referred it to Bureau, then Bureau referred it to the Committee on Migration under the name Humanitarian Situation in Nagorno-Karabakh. This is the mandate I got, the name under which I got this mandate, and I felt obliged to follow it. Nevertheless, in the explanatory memorandum, I chose to use both names, Karabakh, Nagorno-Karabakh, and other toponyms, reflecting Azerbaijani's territorial sovereignty over the region and the rights of the Armenians living in this territory. That being said, Karabakh, Nagorno-Karabakh is a part of Azerbaijan. The territorial integrity of Azerbaijan is not challenged by any of the colleagues here as far as I know. Nevertheless, the sovereignty of a territory also entails responsibilities for actions taken on it and protection of people living in it. It was sad to see mass exodus of Armenian population fueled by mistrust and fear accumulated over 30 years of conflict and 10 months of humanitarian crisis. The latter we debated, I believe, in the last sitting of our chamber. If we wish to achieve a lasting peace and stability in the region, a dialogue and peaceful resolution are without an alternative. As mentioned above, with sovereignty over territory came responsibility as well. Azerbaijan must undertake unequivocal, genuine, and immediate action demonstrating its willingness to ensure safe return and protection of rights of Armenian population wishing to return. Armenians from this area are Azerbaijani citizens, and as such should enjoy protection and the rights as any citizens of Azerbaijan. I believe it is in the interest of Azerbaijan, as well as Armenia, population of the region, and the region of a whole, if we talk about Caucasus region, that this is settled as soon as possible with a peaceful outcome. This will require a dedicated, sincere, and productive attitude and approach on all sides, but especially Azerbaijan, because we are debating situation on Azerbaijani territory today. I do understand that this will be a long and not easy process, but at least we can hope that this report will be a first step on that way. Finally, allow me to note on the data I used in the preparation of the report. Long-standing inability for international organizations to have access to the region, including our organization, has made it hard to corroborate certain pieces of information, since both sides most usually give conflicting claims. I have been very careful to include only data that can be confirmed by independent international sources. Hopefully, after UN and other international institutions will be able to have full access to the region and monitor the situation, including our rapporteurs and representatives of this institution, we will have a more comprehensive data on our hands. We have just debated, dear colleagues, restoration of credibility of international institutions and our role in this credibility. Credibility of our institutions must be reinforced with readiness to stand up for any human rights violations, with readiness not to be silent in the face of mass exodus, and with the readiness to actively uphold our values and indeed humanity. Therefore, I call on you to support this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rapporteur, dear Mr. Hadjukovic. You will have the possibility to respond at the end of the debate. First in the debate, I now call on behalf of the speakers of the political groups, Mr. Christopher Shope from the United Kingdom. Christopher speaks on behalf of the European Conservatives Democratic Alliance. You have 3 minutes, Chris.
Mr. President, this is a really important debate, and displaced people, it always leads to a tragic situation. And we're talking here about 100,000 being displaced in Nagorno-Karabakh. And just in the last week, 150,000 people or more have been displaced in Gaza. And we know that over the last 2 or 3 years, perhaps 300,000 people have been forced to leave the Russian Federation and have gone to Armenia. And the fact that this is happening all over the world doesn't make it any more acceptable. And I speak in this debate as a member of a political group which is proud to have both Armenians and Azeris among its number. Indeed, at one time, as you will know, Mr. President, when I was the chairman of that group, we had both the Armenian and Azeri delegation leaders in our group. And we were all reminded of the rich and complex political history of the South Caucasus in the well-attended joint meeting of all 3 committees involved this morning. But let's not forget that behind all this is the Russian Federation, because as puppet master in this conflict, the so-called Minsk process enabled Russia to divide and rule and prevent a peaceful outcome for far too long. And then in November 2020, Russia agreed to provide 1,960 troops as peacekeepers. Yet that counted for nothing when on the 19th of September, they stood aside to allow the Azeris to enter into that territory. Is it any wonder, therefore, that we have got a crisis like this when the Russian sympathizers in this assembly continue to create division and to cause division and take advantage of that? Can I just say that looking at 2 of the paragraphs of this report, paragraphs 13 and 14, which are commonsensical, but amendments 28 and 29 were put forward in order to ensure that those common sense propositions apply to both the Azeris and the Armenians. Surely that makes sense. And I find it disappointing that in too many places this draft resolution doesn't refer just to the current humanitarian situation, but it allows itself to become contentious, divisive, and at times provocative, using a language which refers to the background to the current situation in a divisive manner. And unsurprisingly, that has led to retaliatory amendments being tabled, and I don't know how many of those will be divided on later. But I think that what this shows is that this assembly should be uniting together and supporting both Armenia and Azerbaijan in resolving this conflict. And it should remind itself that a lot of this has been facilitated and the conflict has been continued as a result of the manipulation by the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Chris. Next in the debate, I call Mr. Paul Gavin from Ireland. Paul speaks on behalf of the Unified European Left.
President, on behalf of the United European Left, I want to congratulate the rapporteur and call for full support for this report. On the 16th of June last, I spoke in this chamber when reporting on ensuring safe and free access through the Lachin corridor. And I said at that time that I had to come to the conclusion that the aim of the Azerbaijan regime was to drive the people of Nagorno-Karabakh out of the region. And it gives me no pleasure to say that subsequent events have proven that to be the case. This is a very good report. It's clear in its strong condemnation of Azerbaijan for its wholly unwarranted military attacks on the besieged Armenian population of Nagorno-Karabakh. The rapporteur correctly highlights the preceding 10-month blockade of the Lachin corridor, the only route connecting the people of Nagorno-Karabakh to Armenia, which brought incredible hardships to the people of the region. It was telling that the Azerbaijani regime consistently denied that any such blockade ever took place, whilst at the same time denying this organization, including myself, access to the corridor, and of course they denied every other human rights organization access as well. Assurances from the Azerbaijan delegates that their government had nothing to do with the sudden decision of over 100,000 men, women and children to suddenly leave their ancestral homeland, and assurances that the Armenian population would have their human rights respected under this regime have to be put in context. This is a regime that consistently tells these people that there's no such place as Nagorno-Karabakh. This is a regime that has been condemned by numerous human rights bodies for how it treats its own population. According to Amnesty International, freedom of expression, assembly and association remain severely restricted as authorities carry out arbitrary arrests, politically motivated persecutions, and crush peaceful protests. According to Human Rights Watch, the regime implements systemic torture and ill treatment of prisoners. Colleagues, if this is how Aliyev treats his own people, what do you think he is likely to do with the Armenian population? And I want to put on record my disgust at the brazen cynicism of the representatives of this regime in this chamber. This is extreme right-wing politics in action, the very kind that Mr. Sayedov warned us about earlier this week. Armenians have been living in the region for thousands of years. The very first Armenian church in recorded history is the Amras Monastery in Nagorno-Karabakh, which goes back to the 4th century. This is their home, and now we've witnessed 100,000 human beings being forced to leave this home. We need to call this out for what it is: ethnic cleansing. But colleagues, we have to do more than this. All week, people have been speaking to me to ask me when this assembly will take meaningful action against the Azerbaijani regime. Apparently, even the ethnic cleansing of 100,000 people may bring no consequences. The United European Group finds this entirely unacceptable. To conclude, if Europe continues to turn a blind eye to the horrific actions against the Armenian population of Nagorno-Karabakh, if member states and the Committee of Ministers continue to choose silence and inaction, they are giving a green light for copycat actions throughout Europe. If this assembly is to retain credibility, we must finally hold the Aliyev regime to account.
Thank you very much, Paul. Next in the debate, I call Mr. Frank Schwabe from Germany, and Frank speaks on behalf of the group of Socialists, Democrats and Greens. The floor is yours.
Dear President, dear colleagues, this assembly is giving today a very clear message. No country should cross red lines in this organization, and Azerbaijan is not just 1 centimeter before. These red lines, Azerbaijan is just standing on the red line. And one step more towards the core territory of Armenia would mean that Azerbaijan crossed this red line. This pace is fed up. This is my impression. with the behavior of some member countries, and we will not take it anymore. We will use our instruments, all existing instruments. This is a message from this debate and from the whole week. And for sure, due to international law, and nobody here, maybe just a few, say this is not right, Nagorno-Karabakh, Karabakh, however you call it, it's a part of Azerbaijan. And maybe we didn't make it clear enough towards Armenia as well and Azerbaijan that we expect really to reach a result through negotiations. But acts of war are never acceptable for this organization. And if you call it ethnic cleansing or house forever, this way to close the Lachin corridor and not to the Lachin corridor, to give the people the impression they have no future with the war attack, makes people leaving their home and the territory where they lived. So we have expectations on this, on Azerbaijan, to really give the population to be the possibility to have connection to their own houses, to their own properties, to secure the cultural heritage, the religious buildings and symbols in the region. But what we are doing and what we are expecting and what we are proposing today is very clear. We asked the Committee of Ministers and the Secretary General, we urge them to do more and to use all the possibilities they have. And we are prepared to challenge the credentials of the Azeri delegation as soon as possible, not for everything, but for the question, and this is their responsibility, to give us access to the region. Paul Gavin, who spoke before, could not go to where he wanted to go, and the co-rapporteurs could not go and visit political prisoners in June, as I understand it. So we are prepared to challenge the credentials as soon as possible, and we are prepared to use the most important thing what we can do to start a joint complementary procedure. And at the very end, it's very clear. The country agrees and acts in line with our organization, or the country has to leave this organization.
Thank you very much, dear Frank. Now we are going to listen to Madam Boriana Ahlberg from Sweden, and Boriana speaks on behalf of the European People's Party. The floor is yours.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, imagine that you and your family are forced to flee your country in a rush, barely managing to pack a few belongings into a plastic bag before leaving your home behind. Because you hear the echoes of artillery and see the drones with deadly loads. Because you fear, because you recall the haunting memories of soldiers taking lives and torturing innocent civilians during the autumn of 2020. Consider the agony of hunger, the desperation of not having essential medicines for your elderly parents, and the ongoing challenge of feeding your children, all because the only road connecting you to the outside world has been blocked for 10 months back. The Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh don't need to imagine. This tragedy is their reality. What did they do to deserve such a fate? Their sin dates back to 1921, when Stalin's Bolsheviks played games with the people and borders of the Caucasus. In the aftermath of the Soviet Union collapse, a lot of miscalculations were done about Nagorno-Karabakh, which led to 2 bloody wars in which human rights violations and atrocities were committed by both warring sides. However, it's crucial to note that during the 3 past decades, Nagorno-Karabakh has consistently moved towards pluralistic democracy, with free elections, independent judiciary system, and ombudsman function. A democracy in strong contrast to Azerbaijan, which has been under the control of the President family Aliyev since 1993. The report we are debating today expresses hope about a future for the Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians in their ancestral homeland. But how realistic is this hope? Has Azerbaijan demonstrated a commitment to fulfilling its international obligations, statements, or decisions of the International Court of Justice? Can a member state force an ethnic minority to starve under blockade and still remain a member of the Council of Europe? Can a member state deny basic rights like freedom of movement to its citizens and still remain a member of the Council of Europe? Can a member state engage in ethnic cleansing and still continue to be a member of the Council of Europe? And what is required to initiate a complementary joint procedure between the Parliamentary Assembly and the Committee of Ministers? If Azerbaijan fails to secure the rights of Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians to return to their homes and live in peace, it will be a failure for our assembly too.
Thank you very much, Boriana. Last speaker on behalf of the political groups will be Mr. Julian Bulai from Romania on behalf of the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats in Europe. Julian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear all, we are facing a severe humanitarian crisis. We do not have time to lose. We must address this crisis urgently and now. Dear Ambassador of Azerbaijan, Mr. Fakhraddin Ismailov, on behalf of ALDE, I ask you to deliver the following message to your government. The ALDE group will support actions to deliver these messages to the Azerbaijani government. Any hostilities, including rhetoric, must be stopped. Any border violation would be unacceptable for a member state of Council of Europe. All Council of Europe missions should be on the ground and receive full cooperation at all levels. The issue of mass exodus must be urgently addressed, and we need a clear roadmap on how it will be dealt with. All the Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians should receive full guarantees of return to Nagorno-Karabakh. If all this is not to be echoed, we are willing to use all the tools available to us in order to trigger concrete repercussions. We all stand, and ALDE stands for full cooperation with the Committee of Ministers in order to achieve all these elements that have been mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julian. That concludes the speakers on behalf of the political groups. Next, le prochain orateur est Monsieur Pierre-Alain Frides de la Suisse. Pierre-Alain, la parole est à vous.
Chers collègues, lors de la session de janvier dernier, il faut presser, micro. Ça marche. Lors de la session de janvier dernier, j'étais le premier orateur lors du débat d'actualité organisé sur la question du corridor de la Chine. Le blocus datait de quelques semaines et pourtant, les choses étaient déjà claires. À l'époque, la délégation azérie avait parlé de fake news, les quelques difficultés reconnues étant attribuées à des activistes écologistes qui protestaient contre des problèmes de pollution dans le Haut-Karabakh. En résumé, circuler, il n'y avait rien à voir. Les allégations régulières des Arméniens concernant les difficultés d'approvisionnement en nourriture, en huile de chauffage et en médicaments de la population arménienne n'auraient été que des mensonges. Pour en avoir le cœur net, la Commission des migrations a désigné notre collègue Paul Gavan pour mener, sur place, une mission d'information. Sans succès, les autorités azéries mettant les pieds au mur et refusant de créer les conditions permettant cette visite. En fait, de très longue date, accéder à cette région était chose impossible pour tout observateur extérieur, à l'exception d'occasionnelles missions du HCR, une organisation essentielle pour porter secours et assistance en toutes circonstances, mais dont on connaît l'obligation de réserve afin de ne pas risquer de compromettre leur possibilité d'accès aux zones sensibles. Le temps a passé et la situation des populations locales a continué à se dégrader. Et soudainement, le mois dernier, alors que les autorités de l'Azerbaïdjan semblaient ouvertes enfin à une amorce de dialogue avec les autorités de facto du Haut-Karabakh, l'usage de la force. Je ne peux m'empêcher de penser que tout cela ressemble fâcheusement à un plan bien orchestré de purification ethnique. Un drame en plusieurs actes. Premièrement, un blocus qui affame et déstabilise psychologiquement pendant 9 mois les Arméniens pris au piège. Deuxième acte, une attaque armée soudaine, avec de grands moyens et la passivité des forces russes d'interposition, ce qui entraîne inévitablement un vent de terreur au sein de la population qui vit l'enfer depuis des mois. Troisième acte, le miracle du corridor de Latchine, la fin miraculeuse du blocus après 9 mois, mais juste dans le sens de la sortie, permettant aux Arméniens terrorisés du Haut-Karabakh de fuir en masse vers l'Arménie, abandonnant dans l'urgence tous leurs biens et leur passé. Cela fait des mois que nous parlons de ce sujet à chaque occasion et nous n'avons reçu pour toute réponse de la part de nos collègues azéris que leur froide et constante dénégation. D'aucuns, ce matin, en commission, ont qualifié leur attitude par les mots de cynisme et d'arrogance. L'urgence aujourd'hui, la priorité concerne le sort de ces dizaines de milliers de personnes arrachées à leur foyer, qui sont devenues des réfugiés. Je salue ici l'engagement du HCR aux côtés des autorités arméniennes. La délégation azérie prétend aujourd'hui vouloir opter pour une attitude constructive. Je le souhaite, mais nous avons par le passé trop souvent été déçus. Je salue l'adjonction à l'initiative de la plupart des responsables des partis de l'Assemblée dans la résolution et la recommandation que nous allons voter tout à l'heure, des moyens de sanctionner, le cas échéant, de manière graduée, la poursuite par l'Azerbaïdjan d'une attitude contraire aux valeurs du Conseil de l'Europe. Merci de soutenir l'excellent rapport présenté par M. Hadjoukovic.
Thank you. And I'm calling the next speaker, Mr. Rubinyan, Armenia, who represents EPP Group.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, I want to first thank the rapporteur for the job he did. It was a challenging job, and he did a good job. Regarding the situation, back in 2001, when Azerbaijan became a member of this organization, it undertook an obligation to solve the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict peacefully, not to use force. In 2020, it waged war against Nagorno-Karabakh. Our Azerbaijani colleagues confessed this openly, that they decided to use force, and they are proud of it. That's a breach of their statutory obligations. Fast forward 3 years, last month, they attacked Nagorno-Karabakh again. Again, they called this anti-terrorist operation, and we all know that they consider all Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh terrorists. And again, they are saying it proudly that they decided to use force. Again, a breach of their statutory obligations. This all, the latest attacks, happened after 9 months of a blockade. And the intent of this blockade was always obvious. First, to starve these people, to make them freeze, then to attack and open the corridor in one direction. A couple of months ago, the president of Azerbaijan even said it publicly, that the Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh have either to accept the Azerbaijani governance, or they may leave. The corridor is open. And that is exactly what happened. But the most cynical and disheartening part of this is the open trolling by our Azerbaijani colleagues, including in this hemicycle. You remember, for 9 months they were saying, what blockade? There is no blockade. The road is open. The rapporteur would visit Armenia, go to the place where the Lachin corridor starts. He would see that the corridor is completely blocked. They would say, no, it's open. Then they would amass forces next to Nagorno-Karabakh on the line of contact. Everyone would see that. Everyone would say Azerbaijan is preparing for an attack. They would say, no, we have no intention to attack. And they did attack. Dear colleagues, some of you who were present today at the joint hearing of some committees may have heard that one of our Azerbaijani colleagues here called Armenia Western Azerbaijan. This is an illustration of what Azerbaijan has become. It has become a danger, a threat to international security architecture, to international law. And Azerbaijan must be stopped. I'm glad that after years of us talking, many of you have understood that Azerbaijan has aggressive intentions, had aggressive intentions towards Nagorno-Karabakh, and you all saw how it ended. Now we have to send a clear signal to Azerbaijan. Clear signal, clear actions are needed to show Azerbaijan that they cannot continue their aggressive policies. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I call Mr. Boix, France, who represents ALDE. You have the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Mes chers collègues, pendant des mois, nous avons alerté sur la coupure du corridor de la Chine, cette voie reliant le territoire à l'Arménie et permettant l'accès et les approvisionnements du Haut-Karabakh. Aujourd'hui, il n'y a plus d'Arméniens dans le Haut-Karabakh. 120 000 déplacés fuyant la reprise en main du territoire par les troupes azerbaïdjanaises, un nettoyage ethnique. Ces gens ont perdu leur maison, leur histoire, tout ce qui faisait leur vie. 120 000 déracinés du Haut-Karabakh font 120 000 réfugiés en Arménie. Alors oui, la solidarité familiale a trouvé là à se manifester à plein régime, mais ces populations ont besoin d'être accueillies, logées, nourries et soignées. Cela ne doit pas être le seul problème de l'Arménie. C'est notre problème à tous, et en premier lieu, celui de l'Azerbaïdjan. On ne peut pas vouloir d'un territoire sans ses habitants. Aujourd'hui, la première des urgences est humanitaire, nous le savons. Mon pays a mis à disposition de l'Arménie toute l'aide humanitaire nécessaire. Lors de sa visite en Arménie, le 3 octobre dernier, Madame Colonna, ministre de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères, a annoncé le triplement de l'aide humanitaire apportée par la France au bénéfice de l'Arménie, comme des populations du Haut-Karabakh, qui a atteint 12,5 millions d'euros depuis le début de l'année, avec une rallonge de 7 millions d'euros. Elle s'ajoute aux efforts de la société civile française et des collectivités territoriales. Une aide médicale d'urgence a en outre été remise aux autorités arméniennes le 29 septembre, destinée en particulier à la prise en charge des réfugiés et des victimes de l'explosion d'un dépôt de carburant dans le Haut-Karabakh le 25 septembre au soir. Il faut que d'autres pays se mobilisent également pour que le déplacement à grande échelle d'une population de notre continent ne se fasse pas dans le silence de la communauté internationale. La question humanitaire n'épuise pourtant pas la question politique. Il le faut réitérer par toutes les voies possibles notre soutien à la souveraineté et à l'intégrité territoriale de l'Arménie et notre extrême vigilance s'agissant du respect de celle-ci. Il est nécessaire d'étudier avec les autorités arméniennes les modalités concrètes du renforcement de notre soutien dans tous les domaines, car enfin, n'oublions pas que notre continent est d'abord une communauté d'esprit, une communauté qui en partage le respect des droits de l'homme, des principes démocratiques, des libertés fondamentales et notamment de la liberté d'expression. Cette liberté doit être garantie à la population azerbaïdjanaise, mais également arménienne, quel que soit son lieu de résidence. J'appelle donc les pays de notre continent à un engagement fort pour régler ce conflit qui n'a déjà que trop duré. Cela passe par des discussions directes entre les gouvernements que nous devons faciliter. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Mr. Boix. And now I call to take the floor Mr. Samad Saidov, Azerbaijan, European Conservatives Group.
Madam President, thank you very much. I quite clearly understand how difficult for rapporteur to prepare this report under this unbelievable pressure, which we can see. Unfortunately, this is exactly what we have discussed at the previous topic. 30 years ago, ladies and gentlemen, 1 million of Azerbaijanis became a subject of ethnic cleansing, and 20% of my territory had been occupied. They had only two choices, these poor people: to run away, to become refugees or IDPs, or to die. Those who has decided to leave, they became refugees and still living in the refugees camp, because that's very difficult to return back because of the millions of mines in the Karabakh region. But those who have decided to stay, they had brutally killed, as in Khojaly, where within overnight, more than 700 kids, women, older people murdered. Yes, with this pain, with these problems, with this tragedy, we came to the Council of Europe and we undertaken this obligation to find the peaceful resolution of this conflict, but not alone. Together with Armenia. And 20 years we asked Armenia, asked this assembly to find peaceful resolution of this conflict. What they did, they occupied more. They said, no, we're never ready to return these territories back. And maybe, my dear colleagues, you have heard any regrets about 1 million refugees which they created. Maybe you have heard any regrets about hundreds of killing kids, women and older people. No, never. And 100, unfortunately, Armenians from Karabakh left the Karabakh. And as the leader of Azerbaijani delegation, I say, we do regret that they left. But they poisoned for 30 years by this propaganda that we are not able to live together. Yes, we can. We can. And that's why we are here. But approach which we can see from you, accusation of so-called ethnic cleansing, when we gave everything, we opened our doors, we created registration files, we invited Armenians back, and this is not my words, this is word from the Commissioner from United Nations. We have been waiting institutions from Council of Europe in Azerbaijan. We are doing our best in order to restore justice, human rights and democracy, and we are under fire, and again under fire, because of backsliding of democracy here in this assembly. Please return back to your values. Please understand that Azerbaijan has done a great job in order to restore territorial integrity, which you are dreaming for in Moldova, in Ukraine, in Georgia, and I am proud of that.
Thank you, Mr. Saidov. And now I call Mr. Lux to take the floor.
Dankeschön, Frau Präsidentin, meine Damen und Herren. Das, was wir gerade gehört haben, war eine Rede, die ein paar Sachen vergessen hat, und deshalb ist es vielleicht noch mal wichtig zu erwähnen, dass zum Beispiel 1216 das erste armenische Kloster in Bergkarabach gegründet wurde. Und Herr Seyidov, die Leistung Aserbaidschans bestand darin, das armenische Leben, die armenische Kultur, die über Jahrhunderte in Bergkarabach bestanden hat, das binnen 4 Wochen auszulöschen. Bergkarabach ist nun menschenleer, armenisches Leben ist dort ausgelöscht und armenisches Leben ist dort deshalb ausgelöscht, weil sich Aserbaidschan entschieden hat, die Menschen zu vertreiben, auszuhungern, von der medizinischen Versorgung abzuschneiden und ihr Diktator Aliyev diese Vertreibung lange angekündigt hat, indem er die Armenier bekanntermaßen als Ratten oder als Barbaren bezeichnet hat. Das ist eine Schande für den Europarat. Das war ein Bruch von Aserbaidschan mit allem, wofür dieses Haus steht und wofür es die Europäische Menschenrechtskonvention gibt, meine Damen und Herren. War wirklich jemand von dieser Grausamkeit überrascht? Ich glaube, wir hätten es vorher wissen müssen. Und jetzt ist es zu spät für mahnende Worte. Wenn die EU jetzt keine Sanktionen gegen Aserbaidschan erlässt, ist die Botschaft klar. Ein Diktator muss keine Folgen fürchten, nachdem er mehr als 100.000 Armenier gewaltsam vertrieben hat. Jetzt müssen Taten folgen, jetzt müssen effektive Sanktionen folgen. Wenn wir jetzt nicht unsere Gasverträge kündigen, wird Aserbaidschan dazu ermutigt, weitere Kriegshandlungen zu verüben. Aliyev betreibt ein Spiel mit Menschenleben und das muss unterbunden werden. Es darf und wird keine Pipeline, keine direkte Verbindung zwischen Aserbaidschan und Nachitschewan durch armenisches Staatsgebiet geben. Wenn dieses Haus seine Glaubwürdigkeit nicht verlieren möchte, müssten wir jetzt alles in unserer Macht Stehende tun, um den Staat Armenien und die Armenier zu schützen, durch humanitäre Hilfe und konkrete politische Sanktionen. Nie wieder Völkermord, nie wieder ethnische Säuberung, nie wieder Vertreibung. Und ich bin dem Reporteur sehr dankbar, dass er dafür klare Worte gefunden hat. Dankeschön.
Thank you, Mr. Lux. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Torarinsson from Iceland, represents EPP Group.
Madam President, nearly the entire ethnic Armenian population in Nagorno-Karabakh have been forced to flee their homes, finding refuge in Armenia. The UN mission, lacking neutrality with Turkey, Russia, and Pakistan on board, came too late. People are confused and don't know what will happen to their homes. Many are traumatized, children and elderly. Azerbaijan has failed to ensure the safe and dignified exodus of the people. The right to have a safe return of the people of Nagorno-Karabakh should be ensured. But we all know, for obvious reasons, that the people of Nagorno-Karabakh do not trust the government of Azerbaijan. The same Azerbaijan government that isolated them from the world for 9 months and refuses to allow the Council of Europe to enter the Lachin corridor. Madam President, the right for the people of Nagorno-Karabakh to return should be guaranteed within the comprehensive framework of settling the relationship between Armenians from Nagorno-Karabakh and Azerbaijan. A safe movement along the Lachin corridor in both directions should be restored. International presence with a large mandate to exercise administrative governance and mediation functions can be an option to consider for any trust-building process. A UN-mandated international administrative mechanism should be deployed in Karabakh to ensure a smooth transitional process with emphasis on physical security, safety, and dignity of people. The deployment of international police or any other civil force should also be considered. The cultural heritage monuments and sites with religious, natural, and historical significance left in Nagorno-Karabakh are under direct threat and should be kept under constant international supervision. Madam President, during the 2020 war, I visited Nagorno-Karabakh. I saw with my own eyes the destruction done by Azerbaijan. Family housing, schools, churches, and the hospital, everything was bombed. I spoke to traumatized people seeking shelter in the basement of bombed Susi Cathedral. I will never forget this. I have also been to Azerbaijan and visited graveyards of hundreds of young men killed in the war. I hope and pray that this will never happen again. Madam President, the people of Nagorno-Karabakh deserve to live in dignity. We will all be watching Azerbaijan. Closing, I would like to express my condolences to the families of Nagorno-Karabakh and Azerbaijan that lost their loved ones in the conflict that has lasted more than 35 years.
Thank you, Mr. Torarinsson. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Babakan. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, esteemed ladies and gentlemen. Towards the close of the 20th century, the world bore witness to mass killings in the presence of the international community, driven by ethnic amnesty. Over the past 30 years, numerous meetings were held between the parties through Minsk process. The foundation for these negotiations rested upon the Madrid principles, which encompassed the settlement of the conflict within the framework of Azerbaijan's territorial integrity and sovereignty. And this position was subsequently reaffirmed by Armenia's Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan in his address to the Armenian Parliament earlier this year, acknowledging that the Madrid principles recognize Karabakh as part of Azerbaijani territory. After the Second Karabakh War, for the 3 years following the trilateral statements signing, Armenia maintained a large military force equipped with heavy weaponry within Azerbaijan's borders, including the misuse of the Lashin Road. Azerbaijan then established a border checkpoint on its territory at the Lashin route, aiming to prevent the transport of weapons and ammunition and safeguard regional security. Simultaneously, allegations and campaigns against Azerbaijan began in various circles, accusing the Azerbaijani government of creating a humanitarian crisis in the region. To reiterate that a border checkpoint was established on the Lashin Road, connecting Armenia to Karabakh, and this road remained open for humanitarian purposes. Parallelly, it was proposed to utilize the Agdam Road for humanitarian purposes as well. Following active diplomatic efforts by several international actors, the International Committee of Red Cross started a simultaneous delivery of humanitarian goods through Agdam and Lashin. In addition, subsequent to trilateral agreement in November 2020, Azerbaijani armed force launched the operations with the aim of neutralizing military targets and safeguarding civilians against attacks by illegal armed groups in the region. These operations did not result in harm to civilian populations. Such reports of attacks on civilian population in recent days have been contradicted by Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan himself. And most recently, Armenian representative of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, Belani, stated that no cases of ill treatment by Azerbaijanis were reported during the recent period. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Babakan. And now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Zampa, Italy Socialist Group.
Grazie Presidente. Ho visitato l'Armenia nell'ottobre 2012 con una delegazione del Parlamento italiano e ho avuto la possibilità non solo di incontrare esponenti delle istituzioni armene, ma anche di ammirare i mistici monumenti che fanno parte del patrimonio culturale e religioso di quel paese. Nessuno di noi e nemmeno i nostri ospiti in quei giorni di 11 anni fa, nonostante la crisi tra Armenia e Azerbaijan in relazione ai destini del Nagorno-Karabakh fosse già in corso da tempo, avrebbe potuto immaginare quello che è accaduto e che stiamo vedendo accadere, con l'abbandono delle proprie case e dei territori di residenza di più di 100.000 armeni, il 90% del totale. Sta oggi alla comunità internazionale, alle istituzioni sovranazionali, a cominciare da questa istituzione, all'Armenia naturalmente, ma all'Azerbaijan soprattutto, fare in modo che il finale di questa storia non sia così drammatico come quello che sembra affermarsi, un finale che può portare un nome terribile, pulizia etnica. E io penso che la pulizia etnica si nutre anche della cancellazione del patrimonio culturale di un popolo, così come del divieto di mantenere la propria cittadinanza, cosa che abbiamo sentito immaginare, così come l'imposizione di un nuovo nome per il Nagorno-Karabakh. E allora qui è stato detto che l'Azerbaijan non deve fare un passo avanti, oltrepassare la linea rossa. Io credo che debba fare un passo indietro e dimostrare che le parole che sono state pronunciate anche poco fa in quest'Aula, e cioè che gli armeni possono tornare a casa loro, questo passo deve essere accompagnato da atti concreti, devono garantire che quel patrimonio culturale non venga toccato, devono garantire che agli armeni non verrà chiesto di cambiare la propria cittadinanza e devono garantire anche il mantenimento e il rispetto di quel nome. In particolare voglio ricordare i monasteri di Gandasar e di Ameras, che sono gioielli della cultura architettonica e della cultura religiosa e di tutto il patrimonio artistico che non appartiene solo, appartiene all'Armenia certamente, ma appartiene anche al resto del mondo, a tutta l'umanità. Scriviamo dunque, scriva l'Azerbaigian, un finale diverso di questa drammatica storia, un finale rispettoso dei diritti umani e del diritto internazionale. Si può tornare a fare passi indietro dalla linea rossa.
Thank you, Ms. Zampa. And now I'm calling the last speaker in this debate, Mr. Omtzigt, Netherlands EPP Group. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ms. Chairman. Can we look what's going on here? More than 100,000 people have been driven from their homes. A complete ethnic minority in Azerbaijan is no longer living in Nagorno-Karabakh. This was exactly what we wanted to prevent when both Armenia and Azerbaijan were admitted to the Council of Europe. They promised to use only peaceful means, and now the whole minority was forced to leave. And let's not make a mistake. This way they will not return. And this, we treat it today as if this were a crisis between Azerbaijan and Armenia. It's not. It's a crisis of this particular organization. We did not do anything when Russia occupied Crimea. We now fail to take decisive action when a complete area is ethnically cleansed. If we are a rules-based organization, and if you flout international law in this particular way, then this is a signal to every conflict in Europe that you can solve it by military means. This sends a signal to the conflict between Serbia and Kosovo. And the stronger party can say, let's try to get a little piece of land. The very essence of this organization was to actually solve conflicts with peaceful means. And we seem to end that without any consequences, thereby rendering this organization less useful than it should be. And the signals were there. Mr. Ocampo warned months ago for a genocide and ethnic cleansing, former prosecutor of the ICJ. There is an of the ICC. There is an ICJ judgment, injunctions that the Lachin corridor should be free to actually provide food. It just didn't happen. So I really urge you, if we let this happen, then what is the red line? Do we have any red lines left? My answer would be, we are talking, but if we never act, then we'll in the end lose this institution as a useful way to defend human rights when they're threatened at a large scale by driving out 100,000 people of their homeland. Thank you.
Sorry, but this is a good starter. I now have to interrupt the list of speakers, but time does not allow us more. Thank you very much, colleague. Speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but did not have been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I remind colleagues that typewritten text must be submitted electronically no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers has been interrupted. I now call on Mr. Hadjikovic, the rapporteur, to reply, and you have 3 minutes, Mr. Rapporteur.
Thank you, Mr. President. Indeed, as it was mentioned in the discussion we just had, this part of the world has an enormous amount of suffering, enormous amount of scars. And I visited both countries. I've seen displaced person camps, and I cannot be indifferent to that amount of suffering on both sides. 30 years of conflict tend to generate such deep, deep scars. However, dear colleagues, we are not debating history today, especially the last 30 years which have been turbulent in the region. We are debating the current situation and the plight that the Armenian population of Nagorno-Karabakh is facing. And again, I cannot be indifferent to their plight as well, since I well know what it means to be displaced person. I know that the reconciliation and reintegration process will be a long and hard one, but the first step needs to be taken. And I do hope that this report will only help and solidify Azerbaijan as well as Armenia to be constructive in this process, to be sincere, to be open, to really want this reintegration to happen. Because without sincerity on both sides and willingness to do it, a sincere and candid willingness, unfortunately, this process cannot succeed. Furthermore, we have debated again the role of our organization in strengthening the role of international organization in peacekeeping and prevention of war. Unfortunately, we haven't prevented it in this sense, but what we can do is clearly state that anybody who violates our values and indeed our charters will suffer the consequences. I'm not saying that any country will in this case. If there is a willingness, if there is dedication to the cause, I'm sure that our rapporteurs will be, and I hope actually that our rapporteurs will be telling us a different story, that they'll be telling us that the reconciliation process has begun. It will be long, it will be, as I said, painful sometimes, it will be difficult, but it must happen. It's in the interest of Azerbaijan, it's in the interest of Armenia, of the broader region, of Armenians from Nagorno-Karabakh. And I can tell you from the perspective of my own country, Croatia, that has a similar experience. Or we can look at the Franco-German rapprochement after the Second World War. So these are success stories. This can happen. But again, willingness must exist. Therefore, colleagues, once again, I call on you to accept and support this report. This is not aimed at anybody. This is aimed at helping everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rapporteur. Does the Chair of the Committee of Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons wish to speak? That's the case. Mr. Rosopoulos, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, I want to thank Domagoj Hadžiković for his excellent report and the Secretariat for its support. Today, our Assembly has the opportunity to stand for the values it defends. I hope that thanks to your vote, we will be able to show that we do not let tragic events go, but that we are ready to take our responsibilities to reverse the course of things. Our compass are the Member States' statutory and international human rights obligations. Over the last 2 weeks, we have witnessed more than 100,600 Armenians fleeing Nagorno-Karabakh, which represents nearly 99% of the population of this area. This exodus was the culmination of a 10-month humanitarian crisis linked to the blockades of the Lanchin corridor and the military operation launched by Azerbaijan on 19 September 2023. While we see again two narratives opposing each other, two elements cannot be questioned. First, that Azerbaijan has the responsibility and the obligation to protect the rights and freedoms of all the inhabitants in this region. And second, that it must do everything in its power to reassure the Armenian population that their rights and safety will be fully respected and effectively so, including their rights as a minority group. The decision for an urgent debate to take place was triggered by the tragic events that have unfolded since 19 September 2023, forcing almost an entire population to leave its ancestral homeland. and inviting suspicions of many aspects of ethnic cleansing. This is why this report calls on Azerbaijan to undertake unequivocal, genuine, and immediate actions demonstrating its willingness to ensure safe and dignified return of the Armenian population wishing to do so and to protect their rights. In these extremely tense times, immediate actions are needed to prevent any further escalation of this human tragedy. As the world is watching, faces of men, women, and children petrified on the route of exile, our committee believes that the use of reassuring and nuanced language, as well as providing speedy access to the region to international organizations, including the Council of Europe, would be a first step. The report also looks at the dire humanitarian situation stemming from the forcible displacement of the Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians and highlights the need to support Armenia, including through Council of Europe action in its efforts to cope with a large number of refugees. Dear colleagues, for all these reasons, and the reasons that have already been said by Domagoj Hadžukovič, I encourage you to wholeheartedly support the draft resolution and the draft recommendation as it currently stands. Once again, I want to congratulate the rapporteur for his hard work. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson of the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons. The debate is closed. The Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons has presented a draft resolution to which 29 amendments have been tabled and a draft recommendation to which 9 amendments have been tabled. We will start with consideration of the draft resolution and then move on to consideration of the draft recommendation. I understand that the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments 11, 10 and 12 to the draft resolution, which were unanimously approved by the committee, should be declared as agreed by the Assembly. Is that so, Mr. Rousseau-Boulos?
Yes, Mr. President.
Does anybody object? Don't see. As there is no objection, I declare that the amendments 11, 10 and 12 to the draft resolution have been agreed. I understand that the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons also wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments 19, 5, 20, 36, 25, 26, 8, 27, 28, 29, 37, 38, 30, 14 and 18 to the draft resolution, which were rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority, be declared as rejected. Is that so, Mr. Rousseau-Boulos?
Yes, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? I don't see any. As nobody objects, amendments 19, 5, 20, 36, 25, 26, 8, 27, 28, 29, 37, 38, 30, 14 and 18 to the draft resolution are rejected. I now call Mr. Rubinian to support Amendment 6. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. The purpose of this amendment is to reference the interim measures decided by the European Court of Human Rights, and we think this enriches the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rubinian. Does anybody wish to speak against the amendment? Mr. Samad Seydov, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, with European Court of Human Rights, we have communication and we are in close contact. The process is going on, and that's why, from our point of view, this is not so relevant to put this amendment into the text. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seydov. What is the opinion of the committee?
Mr. President, the committee is in favor of this amendment.
Thank you very much. I now shall put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. May I ask the results to be displayed? The amendment is carried. I now call Mr. Seidov to support Amendment 21. You have 30 seconds. And I have been informed that Mr. Hadjukovic wishes to propose an oral sub-amendment to the Amendment 21 as follows.
Thank you, Mr. President.
But first we do the amendment. Yes, you're correct, Samad. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, the majority of the members of the Assembly just talked about the facts, and this is a fact. The situation escalated following the killings of Azerbaijani civilians and law enforcement personnel in the mine explosion and. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seidov. I have been informed that Mr. Hadjukovic wishes to propose an oral sub-amendment to Amendment 21 as follows. In the amendment, replace the words, "the situation escalated following," with the following words, "a contributing factor to the escalation of the situation was." So the amendment would read as follows. A contributing factor to the escalation of the situation was the killing of Azerbaijani civilians and law enforcement personnel in a mine explosion. In my opinion, the oral sub-amendment is in order under our rules. However, do 10 or more members object to the oral sub-amendment being debated? I don't see. Therefore, where is it? As there are not less than 10 members to object to oral sub-amendment being debated, I call therefore Mr. Hadjukovic to support his oral sub-amendment. You have 30 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, this indeed is a fact, so I propose we keep it a bit different wording, though, because of the linguistical reasons, but it did contribute, so it did happen, so I don't see any harm including it in the report.
Does anybody wish, thank you very much, Mr. Hadjukovic, does anyone wish to speak against the oral sub-amendment? Mr. Rubinian?
Thank you. I'm against this amendment because this is a justification of an ethnic cleansing, dear colleagues. The situation escalated because the leadership of Azerbaijan had decided to use force and to attack Nagorno-Karabakh and to ethnically cleanse its population. What do mines have to do with this? Are we really going to try to find justifications for their attack? This is completely unacceptable, and I urge everyone to vote against this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Rubinian. Was the opinion of the mover of the main amendment, Mr. Seidov?
Mr. President, we are in favor of sub-amendment, oral amendment which presented by rapporteur.
Thank you very much. I now will put the oral sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The oral sub-amendment is adopted. We now will consider the main amendment as sub-amended. Does anybody wish to speak against the amendment as sub-amended? No. What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment as sub-amended?
The committee is in favor, Mr. President.
I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. Was it correct that it was accepted? Yeah. Okay. I forgot to look. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. And the amendment as sub-amended has been adopted. I now call Mr. Samadseidov to support Amendment 22. You have 30 seconds, Samad. Sorry, the other mover.
Mr. President, thank you. Yes, we propose after paragraph 7, insert the following paragraph. The Assembly notes the assurances given by the Republic of Azerbaijan that the rights and freedoms of Armenian residents will be ensured in line with its constitution and applicable international obligations, including those mentioned above. The Assembly notes the plans of the government of Azerbaijan with respect to the reintegration of Armenian residents and ensuring their rights, including in such areas as security, socio-economic development, and religious, cultural, and linguistic rights. We believe that it's important to reflect on the efforts done by Azerbaijani side, so we propose the following amendment.
Thank you, Madam, and sorry that my eyes are not always good enough to see. Some of you are, I can identify blindly, but thank you very much, Madam. I have been informed that Mr. Hadjukovic wishes to propose an oral sub-amendment to Amendment 22 as follows. Replace the words assurances with the word promises and insert the word the announcement of before the words the plans. In my opinion, the oral sub-amendment is in order under our rules. However, if 10 or more members object to the oral sub-amendment being debated, I do not see, as it has not been objected to be debated. I call Mr. Hadjukovic to support his oral sub-amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just allow me to correct one mistake. I forgot to thank the Secretariat for all their support in this work, and it would be impossible to do it without them. As suggested, this sub-amendment actually only deals with the linguistical issues, so I hope it is acceptable to the mover.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hadjukovic. Does anybody wish to speak against the oral sub-amendment? I don't see. What is the opinion of the mover of the main amendment, Madam?
We are in favor.
In favor. I shall now put the oral sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Can we see the results to be displayed? And the oral sub-amendment is adopted. We will now consider the main amendment as sub-amended. Does anybody wish to speak against the amendment as sub-amended? Do not see any. What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment?
Our committee is in favor.
In favor. I shall now put Amendment 22 as sub-amended to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Can we see the results, please? The amendment is adopted. I now call Mr. Sadov to support Amendment 23. You have 30 seconds. Again, Madam, you have the floor.
It's me again, Mr. President. Well, in this amendment, we propose to insert the following paragraph. The Assembly welcomes the invitation by Azerbaijan to the United Nations to visit the region and notes the preliminary conclusion of the United Nations mission that took place on 1st October. It also welcomes the planned visit by the Council of Europe Commissioner for Human Rights to Azerbaijan, including its Karabakh region and the cooperation of the Azerbaijani authorities to facilitate this visit. Just to inform you that UN mission have already been to Karabakh region, and we are open to collaboration because, so this is the reason we would like to insert this amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam. I have been informed that Mr. Hadjukovic wishes to propose an oral sub-amendment to the Amendment 23 as follows. Replace the words Karabakh region with the words Nagorno-Karabakh region and add the following sentence at the end of the amendment. The Assembly expects that this invitation will be extended to its members as well. In my opinion, the oral sub-amendment is in order under our rules. However, do 10 or more members object to the oral sub-amendment being debated? I do not see. As there has not been an objection raised to that we do debate the oral sub-amendment, I call Mr. Hadjukovic to support his oral sub-amendment.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. It's only a correction with the narrative and the overall linguistics of the report, so to keep it in line, and to mention Nagorno-Karabakh since it is more specific than the Karabakh region, so Karabakh region is much broader. Sorry. And also, I believe it is also good to mention that we hope that our members, rapporteurs, will also be able to visit the area as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. Does anybody wish to speak against the oral sub-amendment? That is not the case. What is the opinion of the mover of the main amendment, Mr. Seedorf?
Mr. President, in order to be cooperative, we are not against.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seedorf. I will now put the amendment, the oral sub-amendment to the vote. Vote is open. The vote is closed. Can we see the results? The oral sub-amendment is carried. We now will consider the main amendment as sub-amended. Does anybody wish to speak against the amendment as sub-amended? Mr. Rubinia.
Dear colleagues, I want to remind you all that for years and months, Azerbaijan was refusing to let the representatives of international organizations to Nagorno-Karabakh. And only after they ethnically cleansed the whole population, they let the UN mission go there. In this light, the words, "the Assembly welcomes the invitation by Azerbaijan," or "the Assembly welcomes the planned visit," sound like a mockery to the people who have been displaced. I'm strongly against this amendment, and I urge everyone to vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rubinia. What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment as sub-amended, Mr. Rousopoulos?
The committee is in favor, Mr. President.
I shall now put the amendment 23 as sub-amended to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Can I see the results to be displayed? And the amendment as amended is carried. We will now come to amendment number 7. In the name of Mr. Rubinian, I have been informed that Mr. Hadjukovic wishes to propose an oral amendment as an alternative to amendment 7. This oral amendment can only be taken if amendment number 7 is withdrawn. Mr. Rubinian, do you wish to withdraw amendment number 7?
Mr. President, just to clarify, what happens if I don't wish to withdraw?
Then we consider amendment 7.
No, but maybe the chair of the committee would clarify, because we voted on an amendment. So which amendment is considered adopted in the committee?
To clarify, we can only go to discuss amendment, an oral amendment, if amendment 7 is withdrawn. If it is not withdrawn, we deal with amendment 7. So once again to you, Mr. Rubinian, do you want to withdraw the amendment 7 so that the oral amendment can be debated?
Sorry, but we voted on this amendment in the committee. We adopted it as sub-amended.
No, but the question, you are the one who decides. If you want to keep the amendment, we are not going to discuss the oral amendment.
I will keep the amendment then.
You keep the amendment, yes. Okay. That means that the oral amendment cannot be taken. Mr. Rubinian, we have 30 seconds to speak on amendment number 7.
Thank you. We propose to replace the word fear with the following words: threat of physical extinction, a long-standing policy of hatred in Azerbaijan towards Armenians. Why? Because these people didn't just leave because they simply feared. They felt genuine threat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rubinian. Does anybody wish to speak against the amendment? Madam?
Yes, Mr. President, we are against this amendment because this is purely allegation. Fear is a subjective feeling. Threat needs to be proved. There is not a single proof, and UN mission also came and said that there was no cases of maltreatment, and in most cases we had evidences that when these people reach Yerevan, they've been asked and they said that there was no cases of violation of our rights or violence or something. So we are against that.
Thank you, Madam. What's your opinion of the committee?
The committee is in favor of this amendment.
The committee is in favor of the amendment. I now shall put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. The amendment is carried. For this amendment, 2 sub-oral amendments will be considered. Oral sub-amendments will be considered. I call Mr. Sadov to support Amendment 24. You have 30 seconds, Simon.
Mr. President, Amendment 24, in the draft resolution, paragraph 9, after the first sentence, add the following sentence. The Assembly also notes that the relevant independent bodies present on the ground, such as the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, have not recorded incidents of mistreatment by Azerbaijani authorities of Armenians living for Armenia. We believe that this is a very important message and it should be in the report.
Thank you very much. And this was clearly not Mr. Sadov speaking, but Madam Apadarai. Sorry for the misunderstanding. I have been informed that the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons wishes to propose an oral sub-amendment number 1 to Amendment 24. In Amendment 24, after the word also inserts the words according to the available information. In my opinion, the oral sub-amendment is in order under our rules. However, do 10 or more members object to the oral sub-amendment being debated? I don't see. Therefore, I call Mr. Hadjukovic to support his oral amendments.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So we are just adding for linguistic clarity that according to the available information at our disposal, and I did elaborate on the problems with the data that we can corroborate, no misuses or incidences were recorded, but according to the available information that we have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rapporteur. Does anybody wish to speak against the oral sub-amendment number 1? Don't see. What is the opinion of the mover of the main amendment, Madam Apadarai?
In favor.
In favor, thank you very much. I now shall put oral sub-amendment number 1 to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Can we see the results to be displayed? The amendment is, the oral sub-amendment number 1 is carried. I also have been informed that Mr. Pierre-Alain Frides wishes to propose an oral sub-amendment 2 to Amendment 24. It reads as follows: in Amendment 24, replace the words the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees with the following words: United Nations agencies. In my opinion, the oral sub-amendment number 2 is in order under our rules. However, do 10 or more members object to the oral sub-amendment being debated? I do not see. Therefore, I call Mr. Frides to support his oral sub-amendment number 2.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, c'est purement factuel. Effectivement, il y a une visite qui a été réalisée début octobre et en fait, il y avait plusieurs agences des Nations Unies qui étaient présentes, d'où l'idée de mettre en fait en conformité avec la réalité.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Frides. Does anybody wish to speak against the oral supplement number 2? I do not see any. What is the opinion of the mover of the main amendment, Madam Apadarai?
Not against.
Against?
No. Not against. Okay, yeah, we can leave it like that.
Okay, that is clear language for in favor. We have had that. I will now put oral supplement number 2 to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. The amendment is adopted. We now will consider the main amendment as sub-amended. Does anybody wish to speak against the amendment as sub-amended? Mr. Rubinian.
Dear colleagues, again, I think this amendment is disrespectful towards the ethnically cleansed Armenians, because the amendment says that the UN representatives, when they went to Nagorno-Karabakh, didn't record incidences of mistreatment by Azerbaijani authorities of Armenians living for Armenia. Dear colleagues, the Armenians had already left. What they saw there were dogs and cats. This is ridiculous, I'm sorry. I'm strongly against this amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rubinian. What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment? Mr. Rousopoulos? The committee is in favor. I now shall put amendment 24 as sub-amended to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The amendment as amended is adopted. I now call Mr. Max Lux to support amendment number 2. You have 30 seconds, Max.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, I'm very pleased with the broad support for this amendment from the EPP to SOC, from Lithuania to the United Kingdom and Belgium. The crime committed against the Armenians in 1915 was a genocide. These traumas persist, and that is why we as Europeans have a special responsibility to the Armenian people, a responsibility that is now more pressing than ever and should be mentioned in this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Does anybody wish to speak against the amendment?
Yes, Mr. President. Yes, Mr. President, thank you very much. Actually, during all our discussions, we did our best in order to focus to the realities on the ground. If we are going to the history, we can open the box of Pandora. And that's why, of course, we should refrain from these developments. We should keep the text like it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Seedorf. What's the opinion of the committee?
The committee rejected by the two-thirds majority, Mr. President. What? Rejected, sorry. The committee rejected.
The committee says that the amendment is rejected. I will now shall put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. Did I forget something? Vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. The amendment is rejected. We now have to go back because I made a mistake. We go back to amendment number 9. I call Mr. Rubinian to support amendment number 9. Sorry for the mistake that I made. You have 30 seconds, Ruben.
Thank you. The amendment refers to the Rome Statute and the International Criminal Court. Again, I think this is important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Madam, you have the floor.
We are against because Azerbaijan is not member to the Rome Statute and therefore it's not appropriate to put reference to the International Criminal Court.
Thank you very much, Madam. What is the opinion of the committee? Mr. Rousopoulos?
The committee is in favor, Mr. President.
The committee is in favor. I now shall put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. The amendment is adopted. We dealt with this amendment. Now we go to page 70. Our staff is enormous. I now call Mr. Rubinian to support amendment number 13. You have 30 seconds, Ruben.
Thank you. The purpose of the amendment is to specify which cultural heritage we want to protect. And it's the Armenian cultural heritage because obviously it's the Armenian cultural heritage that is endangered in Nagorno-Karabakh. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubinian. Does anybody wish to speak against the amendment? Someone, who, where? Mr. Husseinov.
We are against. The region has a rich cultural diversities and they are part of Azerbaijan's cultural heritage. Azerbaijan is committed to the protection of all cultural heritage in its territory, regardless of its origin. Therefore, we do not see the need to single it out.
Thank you very much. What is the opinion of the committee, Mr. Rousopoulos?
The committee is in favor, Mr. President.
The committee is in favor. I now shall put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Can we see the results to be displayed, please? The amendment is carried. I now call Mr. Rousopoulos to support amendment number 17. You have 30 seconds, Theodoros.
Mr. President, it's not me that I will support this amendment. It is Madam...
Mr.
Carmen.
I'm going to defend the amendment, Mr. President. Lo haré en español. En el proyecto de resolución, en el párrafo 21, después de las palabras por Azerbaiyán de sus obligaciones estatutarias, se añadiría la siguiente frase: impugnar las credenciales de la delegación de Azerbaiyán en el primer periodo de sesiones de 2024, o sea, en enero. Señor presidente, proponemos la impugnación de las credenciales de la delegación de Azerbaiyán por motivos de fondo a raíz de su flagrante violación de los principios básicos del Consejo, tal como se exponen en el preámbulo del Estatuto. La situación es muy grave y creo que se deben de tomar medidas y no hacer como ocurrió con el caso de Rusia. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam, does anybody wish to speak against the amendment? You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are against because this goes beyond the scope of the report and its initial intention expressed in paragraph 21, which uses the text that the Assembly stands ready or should Azerbaijan fail. But in this case, it's made in unconditional. Besides, each session starts with a call from the chairperson whether there are any challenges to the credentials. So you can do that in January 2024 if you wish so, but let us not put the whole Assembly under the moral obligation to do so in this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What is the opinion of the committee, Mr. Rosopoulos?
The committee is in favor, Mr. President.
I now shall put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. The amendment is carried. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15840 as amended. A simple majority is required. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Can we see the results to be displayed? The draft resolution is adopted. We will now consider the draft recommendation, which you find in document 15840, to which 9 amendments have been tabled. I understand that the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons wishes to propose to the Assembly that the amendments 32, 33, 34, 35 and 31 to the draft recommendation, which were rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority, be declared as rejected. Is that so, Mr. Rosopoulos?
Exactly, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Is there any objection against this proposal? I do not see any. As nobody objects, amendments 32, 34, 32, 33, 34, 35, 31 to the draft recommendation are rejected. I now call Mr. Frank Schwabe to support amendment number 15. You have 30 seconds. Mr. Schwabe.
Dear President, as I said before in my speech, we are in a situation where we have to use all our instruments in this organization towards the situation in our concerned country, Azerbaijan. One of these instruments has the Committee of Ministers, and this is a kind of special country monitoring for Azerbaijan under the 1994 declaration on compliance with commitments. And I really think we are up to use it now, so I ask you to support this amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schwabe. Does anybody wish to speak against the amendment? Mr. Sadov.
Actually, Assembly, of course, can decide the opinion, but I think if we are talking about the real objective and balanced approach, this is not productive. And unfortunately, with this amendment, that would be very difficult to take into account the result of our Assembly work, the result of the work which rapporteur already done. And that's why, of course, we're completely and against this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sadov. What's the opinion of the committee, Mr. Rosopoulos?
The committee is in favor of this amendment, Mr. President.
I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for results to be displayed. And the amendment is carried. I now call Mr. Julian Boulay to support Amendment 16. You have 30 seconds, Julian.
Thank you so much, dear President, dear all. Council of Europe is not a club of perfect countries, but of countries that want to do better. And in the light of this opportunity of becoming better citizens in better countries with better decisions for every one of us, I propose this amendment as to consider this procedure that hopefully would be a necessary signal in order to do things better at home in Azerbaijan, and not only. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boulay. Does anybody wish to speak against the amendment? You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are against this amendment because it runs counter to the paragraph, to the logic and initial intention of the paragraph 21 of the resolution, which already contains the possibility of having recourse to joint complementary procedure, but it makes it conditional upon failure of Azerbaijan to fulfill its obligation, whereas this amendment provides that this should be unconditional. This is simply logically wrong. We are against. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. What is the opinion of the committee? Mr. Rousopoulos?
The committee is in favor of this amendment.
I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Can we see the results to be displayed? The amendment is adopted. I now call Mr. Ruben Rubinian to support amendment number 4. You have 30 seconds, Ruben.
Thank you. The amendment suggests to replace the original wording with the words Armenian refugees, because these people are refugees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubinian. Does anybody wish to speak against the amendment? Sir, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we are against for the very simple reason, and the reason is legal. All Karabakh Armenians hold Armenian passports. They are nationals of Armenia, and they cannot be regarded as refugees because no one can be a refuge on the territory of the nationality of the state. So that is why the initial text should remain. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. What is the opinion of the committee?
The committee is in favor of this amendment, Mr. President.
I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I ask for the results to be displayed. The amendment is adopted. I understand that Mr. Rubinian wishes to withdraw amendment number 3. Does anybody else wishes to move it? I do not see any, so amendment number 3 is withdrawn. We now will proceed to vote on the draft recommendation contained in document 15840 as amended. A 2/3 majority is required. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. The recommendation as amended is adopted with a 2/3 majority. That's it. Thank you very much, Mr. Rosopoulos and Mr. Hadjukovic. Thank you very much for all the work and for the way how we dealt with this most important issue. The next item on the agenda is a debate on the report titled Call for the Immediate Release of Osman Kavala. You find it in document 15841, presented by Madam Petra Bayer on behalf of the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights. In order to finish by 8 o'clock, I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 7:50 to allow time for reply and vote. We wait a minute so that Madam Bayer can take her seat. Okay, now I call Madam Petra Bayer, Rapporteur. Petra, you have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes for your reply at the end of the debate. The floor is yours.
Dear President, dear colleagues, the topic of this urgent debate is call for an immediate release of Osman Kavala. I was appointed rapporteur on Monday, the same day that the Assembly awarded Osman Kavala with the Václav Havel Human Rights Prize. Osman Kavala has been detained in Turkey since 18th of October 2017 on the basis of eviction that does not give even rise to reasonable suspicion that he committed any offense, let alone sufficient to prosecute or convict him to aggravated life imprisonment. Indeed, the evidence cited by the Turkish courts lists the typical activities of human rights defenders and action protected under the convention rights, such as assisting individuals to file applications before the Court of Human Rights, or meeting European diplomats or parliamentarians, speaking to journalists, knowing members of civil society, attending demonstrations peacefully, or providing demonstrators with food, milk, or chairs. It is on this basis that the Turkish state has kept Osman Kavala in prison, detained for 6 years, and indeed it will be 6 years next Wednesday. You may well ask, how can this happen in a Council of Europe member state? Are the protections of the European Court of Human Rights not adequate? Well, the court ruled already in 2019 that Mr. Kavala's detention was a violation of Article 18 and Article 5 of the Convention. Indeed, it found it was established beyond reasonable doubt that his detention pursued an ulterior purpose, namely to reducing him to silence. The court ordered his immediate release. And as you will be aware, the Turkish authorities did not release him. 3 Turkish judges found him not guilty after a trial, but instead of being released, disciplinary proceedings were opened into those 3 judges, and his acquittal was appealed by the prosecutor. Mr. Kavala remained detained. The Committee of Ministers then exceptionally referred the case to the European Court of Human Rights for infringement procedure, issuing only the 2nd such judgment in the history of the court and the only one not to be implemented. In that 2022 judgment, the court found that Turkey had failed to fulfill its obligation to abide by the Kavala judgment and reiterated the obligation on Turkey to immediately release Mr. Kavala. You might then think that the Turkish courts would have been mindful of their obligations to respect the rule of law and human rights. However, as you know, Osman Kavala was convicted to aggravated life imprisonment by the next domestic judges to consider his case, which was affirmed by all subsequent appeal courts. You may well ask, how could a whole suite of Turkish prosecutors and judges reach a conclusion of guilt based on evidence that doesn't even show a reasonable suspicion that any criminal conduct has occurred? Should such judges not be ashamed of themselves, or are they under incredible political pressure? Would the conduct of our own judges in our own countries not bring shame on the reputation of our countries where they have such a behavior and manner? Indeed it would. The continued refusal by the Turkish authorities to execute this judgment of the European Court is not only a personal tragedy for Osman Kavala and his family. It is a tragedy for the rule of law and justice in Turkey, and it is a threat to the Council of Europe convention system as a whole. If we do nothing in the face of such an exceptional and egregious case, what signal are we sending? The political prisoners detained arbitrarily for life are acceptable in Europe? That rule of law and human rights is a thing of the past, or maybe something that we might meet in a far future? I think we can all agree that it is not the Europe we are striving for when we come to meet together here in the Council of Europe to further our values and principles of this organization. And just to understand me correctly, I want Turkey to remain a core member of this organization, to respect its international obligations and respect the values of the organization, and, by the way, also to respect its own constitution. In my report, I identify specific actions that I hope will help to both clarify the gravity of the situation, whilst also suggesting tools for resolving the current challenges. Osman Kavala clearly meets the Assembly's definition of a political prisoner set out in Resolution 1900. I have made that clear. The current situation, with the risk it poses to the convention system and the organization as a whole, clearly meets the threshold for initiating the complementary joint procedure. I think we should make that clear. The correct procedure would still be required. So in reality, this could only be probably initiated by January at the earliest. But we should make it clear that now that the threshold is already reached. I call for concerted action to improve the execution of judgments and the respect of the rule of law in Turkey, including those who use country monitoring as suggested by the Committee of Ministers under the 1994 declaration, and I call states to consider taking action such as targeted human rights sanction in respect of those prosecutors and judges responsible for misusing the law to arbitrarily detain Osman Kavala. I call on for a high-level dialogue with Turkish interlocutors by member states and the leadership of the organization to resolve the situation as swiftly as possible. And last but not least, and most obviously, I call for Turkey to respect its international obligation under the convention by immediately releasing Osman Kavala. I hope that you can share my considerations and can follow my recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madame la Rapporteure. Maintenant, nous commençons avec les orateurs au nom des groupes politiques. Premier orateur est M. Frédéric Mathieu de la France au nom du Gauche Unie européen. La parole est à vous, Frédéric.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, que de temps consacré dans notre institution pour traiter l'ensemble des manquements de la Turquie, tant sur le cas d'Osman Kavala, qui est l'objet de ce débat, que sur l'ensemble des autres cas que nous ne devons pas oublier. S'agissant de l'affaire Kavala, la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme en 2019 a conclu, je cite, que le gouvernement doit prendre toutes les mesures nécessaires pour mettre un terme à la détention du requérant et faire procéder à sa libération immédiate. Cette décision contraignante n'a toujours pas été respectée par la Turquie. Notre Assemblée, comme l'ensemble des États membres, ne doit pas trembler. Sur le fondement de la violation délibérée, récurrente et permanente de ses obligations, la Turquie doit être fermement sanctionnée, ainsi que toutes celles et ceux qui ont participé à l'abjecte répression politique dont fait l'objet Osman Kavala. Rappelons le sort d'Osman Kavala. Rappelons-le, le sort d'Osman Kavala est identique à celui de milliers d'hommes et de femmes prisonniers politiques qui n'ont rien à faire devant un tribunal et encore moins en prison. Nous demandons donc la libération immédiate d'Osman Kavala et l'arrêt des poursuites à son encontre. Nous demandons qu'il en soit fait de même pour Abdullah Öcalan, Selahattin Demirtas et Figen Yüksekdag et l'ensemble des prisonniers politiques en Turquie. Nous demandons la liberté et le respect des droits fondamentaux de toutes celles et ceux qui subissent la répression transnationale du gouvernement turc, où qu'ils soient dans le monde. Le gouvernement turc piétine ouvertement ses engagements envers la Convention européenne de sauvegarde des droits de l'homme et des libertés fondamentales. Il ne s'agit pas d'un malentendu, mais d'une ligne politique délibérée et assumée. À l'heure où l'empilement des crises représente un danger imminent pour les droits humains, le Conseil de l'Europe se doit d'être particulièrement exigeant envers ses membres. Notre patience ne doit pas être assimilée à la faiblesse. Nous ne saurions admettre la persistance du gouvernement turc dans la voie qu'il a délibérément choisie, sans handicaper gravement le rayonnement des droits humains et leur effectivité. Je vous remercie.
Merci à vous, cher Frédéric. An excellent debate. I call Mr. Frank Schwaber from Germany on behalf of the group of Socialists, Democrats and Greens. The floor is yours, Frank.
Dear Mr. President, dear colleagues, dear government of Turkey, you should be proud on Osman Kavala. It's the son of your country, an internationally recognized intellectual. If you was here, some of you leave the room, but if you was here on Monday, you should be proud on his wife, who is sad and brave in the same way. And you should be proud of a winner of one of the most important international human rights prizes, the Václav Havel Prize, and Osman Kavala got this prize. And even if you don't agree, with him and what he thinks, you should be proud of him. Dear government of Turkey, you signed the European Convention on Human Rights, and I think you did it for something. It was not a mistake, I would think. You are a member of this Council of Europe, a big and important member, important for us and important for yourself. You signed and agreed with the rules of this organization. And what is the most important rules than to implement the judgments of the court? There is no one else. This is the most important rule. This is the most important institution in our organization. And there is no way, a way to go away from this obligation. You cannot use and say, we have national courts and they are responsible. No. This is in nature, and the idea of this organization, and you touch the fundament of this organization if you question it, that at the end you respect the ruling of this European Court of Human Rights. So it's not just a tragedy for Osman Kavala and his family. It's not just a tragedy for Turkey, what we discuss here. It's a tragedy, and this is what you have to understand, for all the Council of Europe, because we don't act in this case, why we should act in other cases. So it's very clear that, as I said before, we have to use all our instruments, and to show all our instruments, I have to say, with the question of credentials, we put it inside, we have to be careful afterwards, because we should not take people responsible who are not responsible, but we urge the Committee of Ministers and the Secretary General to proceed with Article 46.4 procedures consistently and as quickly as possible. We are too long dealing with this case, and you mentioned the 6 years imprisonment. And to underline it and to make it very clear, we use our hardest instrument here, and this is as well the joint complementary procedure, and we will start to ask for signatures. And this is at the end the question, are you a member in the organization or not? If you are a member and we welcome it, you have to deal and you have to care that you respect the rules.
Thank you, Frank. Now in the debate, I call Madam Ingrid Schouw from Norway, and Ingrid speaks on behalf of the European People's Party. The floor is yours, Ingrid.
Thank you, President. It is with a heavy heart that I take the floor in this debate. Osman Kavala should have been released from prison several years ago already. He should not have been arrested in the first place. It is not the first time our assembly has called for his release. I'm afraid that it will not be the last. I can only hope that the Turkish authorities will prove me wrong. With this urgent debate, we join the Committee of Ministers in their call for Osman Kavala's release. We follow up on the judgment of our Strasbourg court. The court's verdict is indeed that Osman Kavala's arrest was unlawful. His imprisonment the same. Turkey has violated his human rights. By continuing to ignore the judgment, Turkey is continuing the human rights violation. A member of the Council of Europe must follow up its membership commitments and the European Convention of Human Rights. All members must implement judgment of our court. Turkey is no exception. President, this is why we need to step up our action. We need a troika from the Council of Europe to engage in dialogue with the authorities in Turkey. The President of the Parliamentary Assembly, the President of the Committee of Ministers, the Secretary General of the Council of Europe. The Secretary General must engage directly with President Erdogan. The Committee of Ministers must open monitoring on the execution of judgment. These tracks must be tried before we can start discussing the joint procedure. President, on Monday we awarded our Human Rights Prize to Osman Kavala. Very important recognition of his work as a human rights defender, philanthropist and civil activist. In her speech, Mrs. Kavala spoke about her husband being a strong believer of Turkey, becoming a genuine democracy. Maintaining this belief in his extremely difficult situation shows strength of character. Osman Kavala is but one of many political prisoners in Council of Europe's member states. Our Assembly must continue to keep the issue of political prisoners on our agenda for as long as people are being arrested for their political views and activities. And for now, the message is clear. Osman Kavala must be released immediately. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Madam Schouw. Now in the debate, I call Mr. Casper van den Berg from the Netherlands, and Casper speaks on behalf of the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats in Europe. Casper, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start off by thanking the rapporteur, Madame Baer, and the staff that has supported her for their impressive work of the utmost importance to the case of Mr. Kavala, and thereby also for human rights in Europe in the widest sense. As every member of this Assembly knows, under Article 46(1) of the European Convention of Human Rights, member states are bound to comply with final judgments of the court. Period. And even though this may come as a surprise in the context of the report we are debating on today, I want to make a compliment to the Turkish state, as it has demonstrated to comply with a high percentage of court rulings, higher than some other member states. This record shows that the Turkish state is well aware of its international obligations as a member of the Council of Europe and under the European Convention of Human Rights. ALDE sees a difference in interpretation between the Turkish authorities and the Strasbourg institutions as to where we stand in the judicial process. According to Turkey, the domestic legal procedures are not yet exhaustively completed. The Strasbourg consensus is that the 2019 court ruling and the outcome of the 2022 exceptional infringement procedure constitute a final judgment of the European Court that surpasses the jurisdiction of the national judicial system. The sad reality is that Mr. Kavala has been unlawfully detained for 6 years now. The court ruling is clear, it has been reconfirmed in 2022, and it is by its nature non-negotiable. ALDE therefore strongly and unreservedly joins the report in its call for the immediate release of Mr. Kavala, and in any case no later than the 1st of January 2024. And until that release has been effected, we urge Turkish authorities to guarantee fair prison conditions for Mr. Kavala. That means full access to communication and allowing visitors from the Council of Europe, for instance, our Secretary General and/or our Human Rights Commissioner, into his prison to provide support for Mr. Kavala and to report on his conditions of detainment. ALDE is keenly aware of PACE's ability to initiate a complementary joint procedure against the Turkish state, and we take note of the remarks in the report about challenging the credentials of the Turkish delegation here. We need to see unequivocal actions from the Turkish authorities between now and the 1st of January in order not to have to revert to these procedures with serious consequences. Thank you.
Dank u wel, Casper. Now in the debate I call Mr. Christopher Shope from the United Kingdom, and Chris speaks on behalf of the European Conservatives Democratic Alliance. The floor is yours, Chris.
Mr. President, on the 29th of October, Turkey will be celebrating the centenary of its foundation as a modern democracy with Ataturk. What better way could President Erdogan mark this centenary than by releasing Osman Kavala and thereby help re-establish Turkey's commitment to the rule of law? As others have said, Mrs. Kavala spoke eloquently and I thought with incredible restraint at the meeting of our committee about her husband's plight after best part of 6 years in prison. And she also expressed her fears as to the restricted visiting rights and tougher conditions that he may face now he's lost his final appeal. The Committee of Ministers has ultimate responsibility for the execution of court judgments, and in the Reykjavik Declaration re-emphasised the importance of that role. But it's now 15 months since the court gave its judgment under Article 46(4) of the Convention, and Turkey has remained defiant, and that is totally incompatible with its obligations as a member of the Council of Europe. The report refers to the complementary joint procedure set out in Resolution 3219, but that can be initiated by the Committee of Ministers. Why hasn't it been? It can be initiated by the Secretary General. Why hasn't she initiated it? And for this Assembly to initiate it is a long-winded and bureaucratic process. By contrast, the unique power of this Assembly is to challenge the credentials of the Turkish delegation at the first part session of 2024, which is what I hope it will do, as set out in paragraph 16 of this resolution. And that would happen if Mr. Kavala had not been released by the 1st of January 2024. At the end of 2022, Mr. President, Turkey had the worst record of any Council of Europe member state in terms of non-implementation of leading judgments. There were 126 leading judgments which were unimplemented. This is unacceptable and intolerable. And it gives a lie to those people who are suggesting that Turkey is actually normally very good at dealing with its judgments. It has defied these judgments of the court and continues to do so, and I don't think it should be able to continue to do so with impunity. And that's why I hope that this resolution will be passed unanimously today, and we can send a very strong message to President Erdogan that he needs to reform himself and his country and start complying with his obligations.
Thank you, Chris. Next in the debate, I call Mr. Yunus Emre from Turkey. Yunus, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank Petra Bayer for preparing this comprehensive report on this very important topic for Turkey. In that regard, I would like to say that I appreciate the efforts put into this matter by the Assembly and by the organization as well. Because this issue is not only a struggle to guarantee justice for one individual, but it is also an attempt to improve the overall conditions of an unjust judiciary system and the damaged rule of law. As you all know, Osman Kavala is a political prisoner. He is in prison since October 2017. His ongoing imprisonment, despite the decision taken by the European Court of Human Rights, is a detriment to our constitutional order, our democracy and rule of law. The Gezi Park trials are purely political, and Mr. Kavala has several times acquitted from these accusations. But with political direction, new judicial pretexts have been found to keep him imprisoned. Gezi Park protests were a social movement and a culmination of public discontent against the government. People gathered to protect the Gezi Park from demolition by government decision, by exercising their freedom of assembly and their right to protest. There is no evidence behind the claims that it was an attempt to overthrow the government, and the judgment of European Court of Human Rights confirms that. The court judged on Kavala case that his arrest and pre-trial detention took place in the absence of evidence to support a reasonable suspicion he had committed an offense, and pursued an ulterior purpose, namely to silence him and dissuade other human rights defenders. Colleagues, I would like to assure you that as the Turkish opposition, we are following this matter very closely since the beginning, and we appreciate the work that has been done by the Council of Europe to protect human rights in our continent and to improve the overall conditions of rule of law and democracy. In this regard, I would like to once again highlight that we support the decision of Mr. Kavala's immediate release, and I would like to let you know that we are doing our best to let justice be done and see Mr. Kavala released in line with the decision of European Court of Human Rights. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Yunus. Next in the debate, I call Mr. Andreas Nikolakopoulos from Greece. Andreas, floor is yours.
Dear Mr. President, dear colleagues, Greece solemnly condemns the imprisonment of Osman Kavala for life without parole. The detention of Kavala violates not only a long list of articles of the European Convention on Human Rights, but also every principle upon which the Council of Europe has been built. Osman Kavala is the kind of person you reward, not jail, amplify, not silence. The conviction for life in prison of Václav Havel Prize laureate, Mr. Kavala, is profoundly disturbing and revealing of Turkey's lack of commitment against its international and European obligations. Greece has been a consistent supporter of Turkey's European perspective. And during the last months, Turkey has shown signs of intention to become once more a source of stability in the region, with respect to international law and a more receptive stance towards Europe. This most recent decision of the Court of Cassation on Osman Kavala is a step away from Europe, a step that both Europe and Turkey must not allow. As accurately underlined in the draft report we are discussing today, the tragedy of Osman Kavala exposes structural deficiencies in the judicial system of the country and puts into doubt the primacy of the rule of law. Releasing Kavala would send a strong message to the people of Turkey, the international community, and the Council of Europe that the Turkish authorities care about the rule of law and human rights. It would be an act of bravery, not cowardice. And it's an opportunity Turkey must not lose. We anticipate with great interest the reaction of the Committee of Ministers to the decision of the Turkish Cassation Court, and we will support any initiative of the Council of Europe which will be conducive to the immediate and unconditional release of Osman Kavala. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andreas. Now we are going to listen to Mr. Samet Seydov from Azerbaijan. Samet, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President and dear colleagues. Something wrong going on in this assembly. Turkey is a founder member of this organization. And now we are discussing what Parliamentary Assembly should do in order to solve this problem. But is it really a problem of Turkey? From my point of view, that's not like that. Turkey has done a lot for cooperation and communication with European Court of Human Rights. And already my friends mentioned that hundreds of cases from European Court of Human Rights already implemented in Turkey and by Turkey. From this point of view, this problem seems like against Turkey, against the existence of Turkey in this organization. I will be very frank with you. I am from Azerbaijan, and we are very close to Turkey. But at the previous discussion, this assembly has decided to do some strong steps against Azerbaijan. Now, you are going to do some strong steps against Turkey. With whom you are? Maybe you are going to be alone in this assembly. Maybe you are going to be only between yourselves. That's not a way to find the decision of the problems which unfortunately all Europe has. We know the countries who are not so reliant with European Court of Human Rights. We know how many cases still have been waiting their implementation. And if Turkey or Azerbaijan have some kind of problems, we should do our best in order to bring these countries back. Not to cut the last straw, not to create more problems than we have. Today, Turkey is a country which gave us possibility to see the future of Europe. Because of Turkey, just now we have stability in the region. Because of Turkey, we do not have refugees problem in Europe. Because of Turkey, we are thinking about the peace in the Middle East. Because of Turkey, we have diversity, Islamophobia fighting everywhere. And we are being here, we are a vivid example that yes, Council of Europe, together with Islam, together with this religion, but kicking out Azerbaijan, kicking out Turkey, with whom you will be. And that's why I ask you, if Turkey has some kind of problems, don't be so rigid. Organize ad hoc committee, special committee. You can do whatever you want. But think about the future of this organization, not about Turkey or Azerbaijan, about this organization. This is a crucial moment, and I ask to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Samet. Next in the debate, I call Madam Didier, a Turk Nagbauer from Germany. Didier, the floor is yours.
Herr Präsident, meine Damen und Kolleginnen und Kollegen! Wir befinden uns hier in einer der bedeutendsten politischen Arenen Europas, um über Themen zu sprechen, die für unser aller Zukunft grundlegend sind und ebenso für die Grundwerte, die Europa vereint. Ein solches Thema ist leider der Fall Kavala, der bereits seit Jahren in Untersuchungshaft sitzt, trotz aller Rufe nach Gerechtigkeit und nach Rechtsstaatlichkeit. Der Europäische Gerichtshof für Menschenrechte, dessen Urteile ja nicht nur Empfehlungen, sondern Recht sind, hat bereits vor Jahren die Freilassung von Osman Kavala gefordert. In einer Demokratie sollte der Rechtsstaat unangetastet bleiben, wie ein Fels in der Brandung, der nicht von den Wellen politischer Interessen erodiert werden darf. Für mich ist es nicht nachvollziehbar, dass die Türkei als stolzes Gründungsmitglied des Europarats als Teil dieser Gerichtsbarkeit die Rechtsprechung ignoriert, der sie sich als Mitglied verschrieben hat. Die Abgeordneten der Regierungsparteien dieses stolzen Gründungsmitglieds Türkei sollten es auch aushalten können, dass in dieser Arena der Menschenrechte ein Mann der Kultur, der Vielfalt und des Ausgleichs für seinen Einsatz für Menschenrechte mit dem Václav-Havel-Preis ausgezeichnet wurde. Dazu gratuliere ich ihm erneut. Die Nachrichten zum Fall Kavala sind gelinde gesagt besorgniserregend. Trotz internationaler Aufrufe, trotz der klaren Stellungnahmen des EGMR bleibt Kavala hinter Gittern. Das erinnert uns daran, dass die Flamme der Demokratie ständigen Nährstoff braucht, um nicht zu verlöschen. Ich rufe daher alle Mitgliedstaaten dazu auf die Einhaltung der Menschenrechtsabkommen zu drängen. Wir müssen mit einer Stimme sprechen und die türkische Regierung aufrufen, dem Urteil des Europäischen Gerichtshofs für Menschenrechte Folge zu leisten. Denn, meine Damen und Herren, wenn wir in dieser Frage schweigen, dann schweigen wir nicht nur zu einem einzelnen Schicksal, dann schweigen wir zu den Grundfesten der europäischen Identität und der Demokratie selbst. Wenn wir Kavala ignorieren, dann laufen wir Gefahr, ein politisches Klima zu schaffen, das Gerechtigkeit und Freiheit opfert. Ein Klima, in dem die Luft für alle, die sich für Grundrechte und demokratische Werte einsetzen, immer dünner wird. Die Botschaft des Europarats muss heute ganz klar sein. Menschenrechte und Rechtsstaatlichkeit sind für uns nicht verhandelbar. Free Osman Kavala. Herzlichen Dank.
Dankeschön, Didier. Last speaker in the debate will be, due to time constraints, Mr. Yildirim Turkish from Turkey. Mr. Turkish, you have the floor.
Dear President, dear colleagues, I am the new chair of Turkish delegation, but I have been in this body since 2008. Our delegation also has been formed very recently, and the majority of its members are new. We have been quite enthusiastic to be a part of this assembly and determined to contribute to the works of the assembly as much as we can. Based on long experience in this forum, I believe that this assembly will serve better our values if we use it as a platform for dialogue where differing opinions are expressed freely, members speak openly and candidly. We will criticize each other, but we should avoid harsh language and double standards. We are politicians. Our views will differ, but we should not turn blind eyes to the facts that are contrary to our views and political approach. It is observed that discussions in this body do not assist in solving problems, but on the contrary, aggravate them due to the static political positions. We should not lose sight of the fact that the main objective of this organization is to unite us around common values, ideals, and principles. If I may return to the topic we discuss, namely the report on Mr. Kavala, I will start by drawing your attention to the fact that granting the Václav Havel Award to Mr. Kavala by this assembly, who was convicted by the Turkish courts, has caused outrage in Turkey. Following the award ceremony, this report, which treats Turkey with a partial and biased attitude, has been adopted by the Legal Affairs Committee. Its content and the amendments proposed by some colleagues are not constructive and acceptable at all. I regret that this report pictures Turkey as a state that systematically disregards the court's rulings, despite the fact that our average implementation rate is well above the average of other member states. As the chair of the Turkish delegation, I oppose this attitude, which is unfortunately supported by the majority of the members of the Assembly. Turkish delegation is ready to work, cooperate, and negotiate with the members of the Assembly on any contentious matter. That was our aim, and we believe still in the benefits of dialogue and cooperation. While I firmly express my frustration about the award and the report, I once again reiterate our willingness to be part of this Assembly and to work with you. I leave it to the judgment of our esteemed colleagues if this report will serve the purpose of upholding the standards of the rule of law, human rights, and democracy in my country. I want to believe that this is our common goal of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Yildirim. I must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I remind colleagues that typewritten text must be submitted electronically no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. I call Madam Bayer, rapporteur, to reply to the debate. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I promise to be briefer than 3 minutes, so I'll try my best. Just let me express the thanks for the support of your statements, and also express a thank to the Secretariat for their swift and profound work. And I would like to reply to 3 speakers. First of all, Mr. Berger, thank you very much for reminding us that there must be fair conditions for the detention. It's really important, even if you want him to be released as soon as possible. Of course, as long as Mr. Kavala is in detention, he needs fair conditions. He is not the youngest, as his wife also said. Second, thank you, Ingert, for fine-lining and fine-tuning the concrete steps that could be taken. I think it's really important to be very sensitive in this issue. And also thank you to Mr. Saidov. I think also that we are going a wrong way, but it's not so much the Assembly, it's some countries that are going wrong ways, and exactly that's what we are here for, to help them to come back to the way of the rule of law. Nobody, and I'm really convinced nobody wants to escalate the situation to the extent. What we want is to secure human rights. What we want is to secure the freedom of Mr. Kavala, and I really appeal to my Turkish colleagues, please do your utmost back home that Mr. Kavala is released and he can enjoy his freedom and all his human rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Rapporteur. Does the Vice Chair of the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights wishes to speak? Mr. Chope.
I apologise for the Chairman's absence and the first Vice Chairman's absence. But can I thank everybody for participating in this excellent debate? Can I thank the rapporteur for having produced this report very quickly, and all the people behind her in the Secretariat who delivered. This is essentially a debate about a rules-based organisation. If we are a rules-based organisation, then members have to comply with the rules. And we have a European Court of Human Rights which helps member countries comply with the rules. And we have in the Kavala case a unique situation in the history of this organisation where a judgment has not been implemented despite the Committee of Ministers demanding that it should be, and with the support of the court. So what is to be done? Are we just to walk away and say it's going to be very embarrassing for Turkey to have to comply? What I think we should be trying to do is to persuade our Turkish colleagues, and particularly the President of Turkey, to listen to reason and adopt a reasonable attitude to this case, and listen and thereby release Mr. Kavala as the courts have ordered. That's all we're asking for. We don't want to humiliate Turkey, and we don't want Turkey to feel it's a victim. The victim in this case is Mr. Kavala.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chairperson, dear Chris. The debate is now closed. The Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights has presented a draft resolution and a draft recommendation. We will first start with the consideration of the draft resolution and then move on to consideration of the draft recommendation. I understand I have received an oral amendment from Mr. Omtzigt, which rewrites paragraph 14.3 as follows. Apply should Turkey fail to release of Osman Kavala, Magnitsky legislation or other existing legal instruments to impose targeted sanctions against those officials, including prosecutors and judges, who are responsible for the unlawful and arbitrary deprivation of liberty of Osman Kavala. The President may accept an oral amendment on the grounds of promoting clarity, accuracy, or conciliation, and if there is no opposition from 10 or more members to be debated. In my opinion, the oral amendment meets the criteria of Rule 34.7a. Is there any opposition to the amendment to be debated? I don't see. In that case, I will ask the There is no opposition. Should it be elaborated? Mr. Omtzigt, could you please present the oral amendment? You have 30 seconds, Peter.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kavala is in prison, and the resolution calls on officials, including prosecutors, judges, but also police officers and prison guards, to be put under Magnitsky sanctions. It's a little bit too much to put prison guards under Magnitsky sanctions because they cannot do anything. The prosecutors and judges can. So that's why we changed the original text and take out the prison guards. And we only apply it to the judges and prosecutors and only to the Kavala case, and call on countries to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Omtzigt. We do not have a position of the committee, I think, on this oral amendment. Does anybody wish to speak against? No, first wait. Does anybody wish to speak against the amendment? Mr. Seedorf.
Mr. President, completely against. With this logic, we can put under Magnitsky case all Turkey, all nation. These guys just doing their job. And if you are going in this direction, that's exactly way to the hell. That's why I'm completely against.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seedorf. Is there an opinion of the committee?
This is compatible, Mr. President, with the discussion which we had in committee, not specifically on this sub-amendment, but the spirit of another sub-amendment which was rejected because it was too weak. This meets that concern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cho, but there is officially not an opinion of the committee. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Can I ask for the results to be displayed? The oral amendment is adopted. I shall now proceed with the vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15841 as amended. Simple majority is required. The vote is open. Is the member of the Assembly entitled to vote? The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. The resolution is adopted. We now will proceed to vote on the draft recommendation contained in document 15841. A two-thirds majority is required. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Can we have the results to be displayed? That's two-thirds. Yes. Sorry, the recommendation has been adopted with two-thirds majority. The Assembly will hold its next public sitting tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock a.m. with the agenda which was approved on Monday. If you would be so kind to leave the hemicycle as soon as possible, because we do not have too much time to use this hemicycle.